So we'll just give a couple of minutes. Hello, I don't know if this is working. Okay. I will talk louder. But I'll start in a couple of minutes. We'll just, first talk of the day, often people come in slowly. I'll give it a couple of minutes. While you're waiting, you might want to ponder where to put the emphasis in that question. Is it like, why snaps? Or for me, it was, why snaps? Like, why? But others might think, why snaps? I don't know. But you can ponder that yourself. But we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Also, I have no control over the flicker. I do apologize. I don't know if it's possible to set your eyes to phase in such a way that that doesn't affect you, but I'm sorry. I think they tried to fix it. Right. Do I need to give an epilepsy warning for this display? Right, consider it done. Yeah, me too. It's, what time is it? 6 in the evening for me, so, yeah. Many components, so you could have just one binary inside a snap, or you could have a very complex server that consists of multiple components all connected together. The Snap Store enables users to find and install software directly from developers. So there can be end-user desktop applications. You may recognize some icons up here like Firefox, Atom, the text editor, and complex server software like Nextcloud, which is a combination of lots of components put together. And there's developer tools like Android Studio, Golang, Ruby, Node.js are all published in the Snap Store as well. So there's a real cross-section of software. It's not just desktop applications, it's not just games, it's not just a server. There's a real cross the ecosystem spread of software that's in the Snap Store. They're easily installed, quickly removed and cleaned up after they're removed, and Snap support is available on around 40 or so distributions. Counting the number of distributions it's available on is actually really hard because there's lots of derivatives on another distribution, so how you total those up is an exercise left for you, but it's somewhere over 40, 50, something like that. But the question is why though? Why do snaps exist? Are we now promoting this Snap software packaging system? So, to understand why we're so passionate about snaps, we need to kind of understand how we got here and why snaps exist. So we'll take a step back in time and see how the Linux App Store has evolved. So we'll jump in our DeLorean and spin back to 13 BC. That's 13 years before canonical. And that 13 years before canonical is when 1991, when Linux. Around about that time, where I come from in the UK, this was how software was distributed. In fact, the first time I heard about Linux was in 1993. I worked at a technical college, and one of the students very excitedly had a giant pile of floppy disks. Then he said, oh, there's this new thing called Linux. It's really cool. You should take a look at it. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I really like Novell NetWare, and I think that's the future. MS-DOS is awesome. You should stick with that. How wrong I was. You could also obtain software with one of these funky devices, which you could connect to bulletin boards or conferencing systems like Kix and CompuServe and AOL and download software from these places. You had to know maybe the bulletin board phone number to dial up. They were often published in magazines. I still have some magazines now with lists of phone numbers that you could dial up to get software. And you could rummage through their archives and download the software that you wanted. You basically had to be this guy to go and find software. Either someone told you where to find the software via word of mouth, via friends or acquaintances or some techie nerd you knew, or you had to hunt down catalogs and bulletin boards for the software that you were after. If you were really lucky and there was a big store nearby, maybe you could buy some software. It was fun and exciting, but it was not super accessible to the non-nerd, normal person in the street. It's also worth remembering that around about that time, it was pretty common for software installation instructions to just tell you how to build from source. There would just be a tarball somewhere, and the mantra would be configure, make, install. And then you find that there's a dependency you need, so you go and get that, and then configure, make, install. And you would go through this process over and over again until you finally got the last thing you actually wanted built, and you had success. It was pretty painful. It was fun, but it was a little bit painful. Maybe these days you could replace make with rake or cargo or yarn or some other thing. And so people still do this, but this was primarily the way you would get software for a lot of types of software. Moving forward to the internet age, just a couple of years, 1993, the internet age was taking off. People used to call it surfing the net. Don't say that quite so much anymore. And these Linux distributions started out. So 1993, Slackware and Debian both started, both still available now, very popular among certain demographics of the Linux user base. And they ushered in a new era of repositories of software. It wasn't so much going out and getting a floppy disk, but you connect to a repository and obtain your software from that repository. And these were curated archives of software, usually pre-compiled to save time, so you didn't have to go through the configure, make, install dance. And users could search for software and install it on their PC. Updates could be downloaded via the same mechanism. And there was a real revolution that Linux had this repository system that other platforms didn't have. Like, we had this curated repository of software, and these barbarians on Windows had to go off and find some setup.exe on a random website and run it, and we were clearly in the lead. There were multiple packaging systems back then. There were Debs for Debian, RPMs from Red Hat a couple of years later, and installing software either consisted of getting those packages from the main repositories run by the distributions, and in the case of Debian or Red Hat, maybe third-party enthusiast repositories as well. And we had command line tools that we used to install that software, RPM and apt and so on. And users would often have to deal with conflicting packages. You'd have problems where one package needed a certain version of a library and another package needed a different version. You had these conflicts that you had to resolve. You really had to be very technical to just install software on your computer, which was a little bit problematic. But again, it was exciting for those of us who were playing with that kind of stuff. And even back then, there were multiple packaging formats. Later, there were graphical tools created that made it easier for you to surf around these repositories and get software. This is Synaptic Package Manager. This is one of the ways on Debian that people would search for software and install it. Interestingly, two of the authors of this piece of software work for Canonical on Snaps. One is our CTO and one is a tech lead. So the people who work on Snaps have a long heritage of working in software packaging systems. And this is like 10, 15 years old, this software. So let's move on to 2004. And in 2004, a company was started called No Name Yet, which later became Canonical. At the time, if you went to No Name Yet website, it would redirect to our website. It's now gone. And around that time, 2004, the first release of Ubuntu came out. 4.10, the Warty Warthog was the first release. And in each release, Ubuntu shipped a set of packages on the CD, and then, as with Debian, we had a repository full of software and security updates and bug fixes you'd get from that repository. And as with the other contemporary distributions of the time, once you installed 4.10, you had the usual ways to get updates to your software. You could go and hunt down code in repositories and do the configure, make install, or you could get pre-compiled software in stores or on the covers of magazines or in books. So we were no different than Debian and Red Hat in that regard. You still obtain software in a similar kind of way. One thing that Canonical did differently than most other Linux distributions was a system called Ship It. You could go to a website, fill in your name and address, and Canonical would send you a bunch of CDs that you could use to install Linux, Ubuntu, on your system and share them with your friends. Take them to meetups and, spread the good word. People call these free CDs from Canonical, but obviously there was a cost, and Canonical were bearing that cost. It was a very expensive scheme. It ran for about 5 years, and we sent out tons of these CDs. Some people still collect them. I still have a small collection of these CDs that I had sent to me over the years. And it wasn't just limited to the graphical versions, the desktop versions of Ubuntu. You could get server CDs as well. So in the middle there's an Ubuntu Server edition. And at this time, Ubuntu Server became very popular, and significant parts of the web were running on Ubuntu with popular software like Apache, MySQL, PHP, all that kind of stuff. This Ship It service and some other factors made Ubuntu the #1 Linux distribution in many people's eyes. App developers wanted to target Ubuntu because that's where the user base was. You'd start building your software and build it for Ubuntu and talk about compatibility with Ubuntu because that's where the user base is. So that's inevitable, really. But it was still difficult for third-party app developers to get their software built for the supported architectures. Like, if I built a piece of software and I've got an i386 machine, how do I build an AMD 64 version, or vice versa? And it still was very difficult for users to discover software in these times. So Canonical came up with a system of what are called PPAs, Personal Package Archives. This was in 2007. And for open source projects, this provided a free build service and hosting service for all your software projects. This took off dramatically. It allowed enthusiasts to build their own repositories of software for Ubuntu users. There were also private PPAs, which could be used with a paid service for proprietary software vendors to host their software as well. This is the first iteration of the documentation. I plucked this from a very, very old copy of the documentation that for some reason we keep. And it details things like how much space you get. You get a gigabyte of free space, and the packages are built for multiple architectures. Those were the architectures we supported at the time. And there's a web front end, and then there's a little bit down here. It's kind of almost a throwaway bit here. Learn Ubuntu packaging, right? Yeah. So you get all of this, you click that link to learn Ubuntu packaging. And then you get massive pages that tell you how to create Debian packages. And I appreciate you can't read this. I mean, even if you had it full size on your screen, it's somewhat impenetrable. And this is just the documentation for a PPA, from a developer's perspective, to put something in a PPA. It doesn't actually tell you how to make a Debian package. This is just how to get something in a PPA. If you follow the links on the Ubuntu packaging guide, it goes deeper. And there are more and more layers of this documentation in order to build Debian packages. And it was quite hard. These documents don't even scratch the surface of making a deb. This will get you as far as making hello world.deb. Right? It's not going to help you build your graphical application or your Python application or anything more complicated. It was really hard. And they also skew very heavily towards you getting involved in Ubuntu. They really want you to go through the process of getting your package built and get it in the Ubuntu archive so that people could easily discover it. And that was seen as the way we would get software out to people, is get it in the archive, either in Debian or in Ubuntu. That was the way to make it accessible to people. It was still hard to get software in the hands of users. And also note, from a user perspective, if you add a PPA to your system, you've opted into a PPA that some developer has built, you're totally trusting the creator of that PPA with your machine. Debian packages contain scripts that are run as root. So you're effectively handing root access to every PPA maintainer that you've enabled on your system. And if they put any dodgy packages in that PPA that have higher version numbers than the packages that are on your system, then those could replace your system and compromise your system's stability and integrity. So PPAs are great, yay, but they're also super dangerous. So we had another thing come along, and this was called the ARB, and this will solve the problem with PPAs. The ARB was called the Application Review Board. And the idea behind the ARB is that we would curate these packages and we would help developers build debs so that they could put them in this special archive and everyone would easily discover this software and this would solve all the problems. A crack team of Debian packaging experts were on hand to provide developers help building those debs. And they would manually review the debs as well. So this went through a human being reviewing each of the debs that went through this process. So users could be confident they weren't installing something super dodgy. Once your packaging was good, you could publish it through Ubuntu Software Center. And this was a graphical storefront designed by us at Canonical to make it easier to discover new software. It's all about trying to get your software in front of the eyeballs of the user. And this accessed additional repositories that the ARB were publishing this software into, effectively PPAs. And you could also host paid applications in here. This was our first foray into having a paid app store. We also had a web front end, apps.ubuntu.com, so people could browse the software without actually sitting on an Ubuntu machine. They could browse through the software, and developers could link directly to their application within this software catalog. However, the ARB initiative failed for a number of reasons. The workload was huge. The queue of developers waiting to get their paid and unpaid apps reviewed by the store, it was never ending. You could wake up in the morning and there would just be another giant queue of developers wanting their things reviewed. And it was still Debian packaging. And it's third-party app developers who are making games or applications don't really understand how to make a deb properly. And so there was a constant back and forth between the ARB and the developer to try and refine their Debian packaging and educate them how to do these Debian packages. And it was pretty painful. Developers got frustrated and they stopped submitting updates to their applications. And in fact, when we revved Ubuntu to 12.10 and then the next release, 13.04, those developers had to rebuild their debs all over again in order to support the new releases of Ubuntu. And that was frustrating for them as well, because I've already built the deb, it's in the store. Why do I need to build it all over again for a new release? And because Ubuntu put out a release every 6 months, then it was a never-ending churn of work that these developers had to do. So we learned some powerful lessons from this. One powerful lesson was take humans out of the loop as much as possible, because they slow this down and make it very frustrating. Now, you may remember around about this time, 2012, we had a little mobile diversion at Canonical, and we started developing a mobile operating system for some reason. Ubuntu Touch images were available for mobile devices, and they were built from Debian packages. So the images that people put on their phone, the machinery that built those images was building them from debs. And system updates were image-based, a bit like Android system updates. The entire image would replace your existing OS with a new one, and these OTA updates would come out periodically and update your system, just like other operating systems. But the Debian packages didn't suit well for application delivery on mobile devices for a bunch of reasons. They're low-power devices, they're resource-constrained, limited space, limited memory, flaky network connections on a mobile device, and the unreliability of that made it easy for debs to break when they're being installed on mobile devices. So we didn't do that. We created a new packaging system called click packages. And click packages were created for this mobile platform. They were more robust, easier to create than Debs by far, and they were self-contained software packages designed to run on these platforms. We didn't end up creating a web front end like we did for the desktop store, but people in the community created their own web front end. This is UApp Explorer, which still exists today as a means to browse the available apps in the Click store, as it was known back then. During the refocusing of Canonical in 2017, though, all work on Ubuntu for mobile devices ceased, and many of the developers were let go, unfortunately. Hello, Ted. And we learned a lot from these things. What did we learn? We learned that Debs are hard to make. Processes make the whole thing far too complicated for app developers. Humans slow everything down, and discovery is absolutely essential if you want users to be able to use your software. You need some way for them to be able to find your software. So we learned a lot through these 2 iterations of paid apps and unpaid apps in the various Ubuntu software stores. But the key thing we did learn is users want new software. They're not content with just installing Linux off of a CD and only using the software that's on the CD or only using the software that's in the repository. They want the latest web browser, the latest chat client, the latest games. There's so much more that users want to install on their machines than we could ever possibly curate in this archive. So back to my original question, why snaps? So I'll give you 5 or so reasons, in no particular order, as to why really snaps exist. Discovery. Discovering software on Linux is still hard. It's not quite as hard as rummaging through catalogs of floppy disks, but it's not far off. Unless you keep your finger on the pulse of all the Linux blogs, you won't hear about new Linux software. There are still random PPAs out there with software in them, and there's GitHub repositories with daily builds of all kinds of magical new software, but you'll never know because you don't sit at night rummaging around GitHub release pages. I do, though, and my team at Canonical do this quite a lot, looking through new software, finding new interesting applications that we can bring to users, because that's what we want to do. We want to bring other people's software to our user base. If you build a snap and publish it in the Snap Store, you will reach more people than other packaging systems. I guarantee it. We frequently rotate the applications and games in GNOME software, the graphical desktop application on the left-hand side. We change those about every 2 weeks or so. We look at what's new in the store, we look at any applications that have been updated recently or anything that's interesting, and we feature them in there, and users go there and install new software. There's this myth that users of Linux only ever use the command line tools to install software, and they only ever use Synaptic. There might be some people who do that, but there's a significant number of people who open GNOME software on a relatively regular basis and go looking for something to install. And we know that because if we put something in that featured banner at the top, the number of installs goes up. Like, it's a direct correlation between what's on that page and the number of installs, weekly active devices of that piece of software. We also promote new software on social media. So part of my job is to schedule tweets and Facebook posts with screenshots and emoji and interesting, appealing descriptions of software to showcase the new stuff that's in the Snap Store. And that helps as well, because when we socially post about stuff, the number of installs goes up. It's as simple as that. People are itching to try out this new software. Developers get a spotlight, users get new software. Everybody wins. So another reason why snaps are great. Snaps use standard Linux security capabilities like AppArmor, cgroups, and SecComp to confine applications. This gives each snap a kind of fake view of the world. It may not even know that there is a network, or it might not even know that there is a webcam on the system. And users typically don't want their address book app to go and open the camera, and so snaps enable you to prevent that. A web browser shouldn't be able to rummage around your SSH keys or your GPG keys, and with snaps, we can prevent that. Your video player shouldn't be able to reach into your Bitcoin wallet and steal your Bitcoins, and with snaps, we can prevent that. So snaps give users some of that control that they were missing with other packaging systems, and it's very similar to the other leading platforms like iOS, Android, and Chrome OS. They all do similar confinement models. The problem is confinement is hard because applications aren't written to be aware of it, especially legacy applications that have been around a few years. They expect to be able to stamp files all over the file system and just open the camera whenever they want to. And when you've got confinement saying no, then some applications fail. They crash, they behave weirdly. And so we work with software developers to improve support for those features or whatever functions that the application wants to do to make them work when they're snapped. So confinement is a benefit, but it's hard, but we're working on it. Another thing that's a benefit of snaps is freshness. In the past, if you wanted new software, as I said, if you wanted a new version of like browser or VLC, you could upgrade to the next release of your Linux distribution, or you could hunt down a repository or a PPA to get the latest version of whatever software you're looking for, or you could wipe your computer clean and install a completely different distribution that was slightly newer than the one you're currently running so that you could get a newer version of a video player, which is just wrong. Hello, Arch users, I guess. With applications as snaps, you could stay on Ubuntu 16.04 or 18.04 for a long time and know that you'll keep getting these fresh application updates from the Snap Store. You get the benefit of a stable release that you're sitting on, and then faster moving applications on top. You can even run those same snaps on Ubuntu 14.04. That's a 5-year-old operating system that you can run today with snaps that are built today in 2019. Now, 14.04 has just come out of basic security maintenance, has now gone into extended security maintenance because there are some people who continue to want to run 14.04, which is great. And you can still have the freshest software on 14.04. So freshness is another great advantage. Another advantage is the fact that you only have to build one snap. So it saves a tremendous amount of time for a developer if they only build one package, rather than having to build multiple packages for different distros and also having to build multiple packages for different releases of each distro. That's like exponentially more work for, let's be honest, a small segment of their marketplace. There are people who create cross-platform applications that work on Windows, Mac, and Linux, and they and we are well aware that we are 1% of that market. So the amount of effort you're going to get out of a developer packaging software for Linux is proportionally 1% of their time. So you want to make it effective use of that time and not waste time building tons of packages when you don't have a huge market appreciating your software. And for users, you could switch to another distribution if you want to. I've said you could be sticky and stay on one distro, but actually, you can switch distribution if you want. Because if you switch to another distribution that has snap support, then you can install the same snaps you had on another system. So if you prefer a different base, a different desktop, it's fine. Switch distro, but carry on using the snaps. And if you switch to another distribution, like, I don't know, Linux Mint, Debian, Fedora, Zorin, KDE, Neon, Elementary, Manjaro, Arch, CentOS, Gallium OS, or any others, then snaps are supported on all those systems. And if they don't work, it's a bug, and we need to fix it. Another advantage of snaps is the store itself. The store has a whole bunch of developer-centric features above being just a repository of software. So developers can push updates into the store at their cadence. You don't have to wait for the distributions to catch up. You don't have to wait 6 months for the next release of Debian or whatever to get your software out in the hands of users. If you want to push an update to your application, you push it, and within minutes, it's available to all those Snap users. And the store can host multiple versions of your Snap, if you want to, under the same name, using channels. I've got an example of that, actually. So VLC here is in the Snap Store, and this is the web front end to the Snap Store. If you go to snapcraft.io/VLC, you'll get to this page. And you'll notice I've popped open this little box on the top right, and there are multiple channels here. If a user is interested in just getting the latest stable release of VLC, then they just snap install VLC, and they will get whatever version is in that stable channel, 306, that was published in January. This screenshot is a month or so out of date. But if they want to try out the latest and greatest version of VLC that's got all these new funky features, they could switch to the Edge channel, which is currently version 4 of VLC. And a user can choose that and then try out that development version or not quite stable version of VLC. And if they don't like it and it's too scary because it breaks all the time, then they can switch back to the stable channel at any time. So users have the control to choose which channel they want to install from, and developers can choose to publish multiple different versions of their application in the store. In addition, the store enables developers to roll back a release if something goes wrong. So if you're a developer and you're moving fast and you're making lots of changes to your application and you push a version out to the Snap Store and then you find it's broken, well, you can revert it in the Snap Store. And all those people who had already upgraded will get rolled back, and anyone newly installing the software won't get the broken version. They'll get the reverted version. In addition, users can roll back as well. If a new version of something lands in the store and you don't like that, or it's broken in some way for your use case, you can just do snap revert VLC, for example, and it will just flip back to the previous version that you were running. And those are things that just were not easily possible with other packaging formats in the past. So it's giving developers control and giving users control. In addition, developers get metrics from the store of weekly active devices for their applications. Here's an example of a popular application. There's a couple of interesting things in here. So each color is a revision of the app going out to users. So over time, across the bottom, each of these colors is a new version is now rolling out to users. And user systems will automatically get the latest version of your software. Much like on Android, most people tend to set it to auto-update. I have no idea what version of Spotify I have on my Android device, and I don't care. I just want the latest version of Spotify. And similarly, with Snaps, most users for most applications don't care what version, so long as it's the latest one, the latest stable release. It's not always the case, but for a lot of cases it is. Now, here's a couple of interesting things. In October, you see that blue blip, bluey purpley blip in the middle. So whatever application this is, they put out an update and then realized it was a bit broken, so they rolled it back. And so you see the number of installs of that going down as people roll back to the kind of brownish tan-colored version, which undid whatever that breakage was. Some people never even got that blue update. Maybe they didn't turn their PC on that day, so they didn't even get the broken update. And then when the software developer fixes their thing, the next release comes out, that kind of yellowy, greeny one. But another interesting thing, see that dip at this end? That's Christmas. That's when people turn their computers off. And so the weekly active devices for your application goes down over Christmas because people spend time with their families. I got this email this week, and I wanted to share it with you. It came from a developer who's put an application in the Snap Store. We didn't ask them to do it. They found the documentation. They found out how to put their Snap in the store. They did it, and they loved it. And this was the mail we got for them. We've done a great job of usability of the store. Can't think of anything else I would change. Now, that's not the case for everyone, of course, but I really appreciated getting that mail from a developer this week. We love sharing the applications people put in the store, and that's the whole point of this, is I can take an application that someone has put in the Snap Store, I can tweet about it, I can promote it in GNOME software, I can put a banner at the top so everyone sees it, and that drives people to use your software. And it gives users exciting new software to try. So if you are a developer and you would like to share your software with many more people than you currently do, consider making a snap and putting it in the Snap Store, and we'll share it with other people. That's the end of my slides. I left a little bit of time for Q&A, so if you have any questions, I'll throw the mic at. No. Do you want to do that? And I'll repeat questions.
You keep it.
Oh, okay, you do that. So yes, if you have any questions, do ask.
Hi. My understanding is Snap only lets you connect to the Snap Store, whereas like Flatpak and Deb and RPM let you connect to third-party repos. Is that not kind of a problem for centralization or decentralization?
So I don't know if you heard the question. The question was, with Snaps, we have a centralized Snap Store. Other systems may have distributed or multiple stores. So I've heard this quite a lot, and I know that some people very vehemently feel that they should have multiple repositories where they can put software. But the problem is you end up in the same situation we were in 10 years ago with PPAs. The software is not discoverable. You end up with some random repository on the internet that contains your very valuable and interesting and secure software, but nobody knows it's there because it's just like a PPA. It's in a repository nobody knows about. Sure enough, you could put documentation that says Flatpak add and add, but that's not accessible to normal people. Normal people open GNOME software and go to install software, right? That's how they install software. And so we're trying to make it as accessible as possible. And we couldn't figure out a way to do that and still have like the PPA style of system. So that's why we've got a centralized system, in my opinion.
So I came in late, so you probably already answered this. But let's say I have a Snap, like I said, an audio utility that uses one of the messaging protocols that might work with somebody else's synthesizer Snap, you know, like using Jack or something like that. How is that handled?
So when a Snap is created, if it's a strictly confined Snap, it has a list of interfaces, and the interfaces are what punches holes out of the confinement. So one Snap, for example, if it's fully confined, won't be able to access the network, it won't be able to access audio devices or the camera or anything else. But the developer can list the interfaces that they would like to be connected when the Snap is installed. And there is a pulse audio interface. I don't believe there's a jack interface, but it's something we could certainly develop if there are applications that needed it. And this is one of the key parts about Snaps, is the list of interfaces is not fixed. We add to those all the time. We get requests from large corporations, please add an interface for this device that I'd like to talk to. Equally, we get requests from individual developers. My application needs to talk to this thing, this device, please add an interface for it. We speak to our security team, they create the interface, and the interface goes into the next release of Snapd. And Snapd is the daemon underneath that makes all this work, and that moves pretty fast. And so we can deliver those interfaces usually within weeks or months of someone asking for that interface. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Okay, speak to him.
It's interesting. So is there a mechanism to watch all the communications between the different Snaps?
Well, no different than any other utilities you would use on a Linux system to see what communication is happening. Like whatever, like defeat to see dbus calls going around the place, and whatever network utilities you use to spy on what's going backwards and forth. On the host, it's no different than whatever existing utilities you would use for that between two programs on the same host. But there isn't anything Snap specific that says, show me the traffic going from that Snap to that Snap. It's whatever tools you already have. Well, that's a big question. The question was, how do you verify security? So security comes in a number of ways. So the interfaces, some of them our security team have decided are auto-connected. So, for example, Pulse Audio is auto-connected when a snap is installed because it's reasonable that an audio application would need to talk to the sound devices in order to play audio. But other interfaces are not auto-connected on install. So the camera, for example, if you installed a piece of webcam software, by default, it won't actually be able to talk to the camera. You have to manually tick a box in GNOME software or run a command in order to connect it to the camera. So the user is put in control. However, the developer can request that they get auto connection of these not normally auto-connected interfaces, like the camera, because it would be reasonable to expect that a piece of webcam software would need to connect to the camera. And so the security team review those and then flick a switch in the store that says, yes, that can be auto-connected, or no, it can't. So that's one part of security. I'll give you another part of the security question, because it's quite big, and I'm not a security expert. So another thing we do is we scan snaps that go in the store, and we look at libraries that are in there, and if we determine that there are CVEs against those libraries that are bundled inside the snap, we will email the developer and tell them, you need to rev that snap in the store because there's a CVE against libavahi or whatever it is that they've bundled in their snap. There are other aspects to the security side that I am not qualified to talk about, but that's the starter for 10. Okay?
Two quick questions. I feel like every time I've installed Snap in either desktop or server, it's always been classic. And I'm just curious, like, you know, there's all this work being done around confinement and security, but if no one uses it, like, is it actually helping? And I'm just curious, is there, like, from a percentage download perspective, like, do you know how many, how many are actually confined versus unconfined? And then secondarily, as sort of someone who might want to package up a Snap app, is it like a Docker image, like from a rootfs perspective? Do I have to include the whole world? Can I just go super lightweight and just include the things that are not already installed in the base?
Okay, so two super questions there. The first one was classic, that was it, thank you. So there are three confinement models. Really, there are two: strict confinement and classic. And strict is where we itemize the interfaces that we want the application to have access to. Classic confinement basically switches off confinement. Classic confinement is really a workaround for applications that are difficult to confine. And in order to get an application to be classically confined, it has to go through security review with our security team. And it might feel like there are a lot of classic snaps in the store. Proportionally, there's actually not that many. The vast majority of snaps in the store are strictly confined. There's only a few. The problem is some of them are really high-profile names that you have heard of, like Skype, for example. Now, whenever an application is classically confined, we work with the developers. We don't want them to be classically confined, and we work with the developers to try and confine those applications where possible. And one of my colleagues is working with the Skype developers at Microsoft to make Skype classically confined as an example. So we try not to use classic, and we wring our hands over it constantly, and we don't want people to use classic if we're going to possibly avoid it, and we try and push people towards strict confinement, and we create additional interfaces where possible if they don't already exist. So we try to not have them classically confined. So I understand your concern, and we share the same concern, so we try not to where possible. But it is a small proportion of snaps in the store. And we do publicly converse on the forum, so people are empowered to see why a thing is classic, and the developer requested it. Why did they request it? Like, what is it about this application that needs to be unconfined? And if we take a step back, if you install the deb, it's unconfined anyway. So it's not a lot different than going to the website of the developer, getting the deb and putting it on your system. Arguably, it's worse as a deb because they've got root on your system as well. So it's tricky. the second question.
Able to, so say I've got like a Python app or
Oh,
something.
how is it all packaged together? Was that
Right.
your?
How much do I actually have to include in my snap, like versus like a Docker image, where I have to like say, here's a here's a 20-line script, but you have to download a gig to get it.
Right.
Versus in a snap form.
So basically what's inside it? So technically a snap is a squashfs file. When you install it, the squashfs file is copied onto your file system, mounted under /snap, and the files that are in there are exposed when the snap is run. And because we have this target that snaps can run anywhere, you have to bundle in the snap everything that's not available or not expected to be available. And there is a core snap which is also pulled in, and that's kind of like a thin runtime which contains the absolute minimum, like bash and not a lot else. So anything you need over and above that, really, you need to bundle in there. So you bundle in your specific version of Python, and whatever other Python libraries you need, they get bundled in. So in short, the the snap contains everything that's needed so that you could pick that up and run it on Ubuntu 14.04 or Debian or Fedora or anything, because you can't expect that Ubuntu 14.04 will have Python 3.7, and you can't expect that some future version of Ubuntu will have Python 3.7 or whatever. So you have to bundle that stuff in, otherwise you can't ever achieve the goal of having one snap that works everywhere. Yes? The YAML file that describes a snap. Yeah. So from a developer point of view, you
Sure. Something like that. Is this loud enough? That seems louder. Sound good? Can you hear me? Awesome.
And this one? All right. How many of you have used Inkscape? Okay, well, you're going to learn a little bit about Inkscape, but a lot about how Inkscape joined the modern world with all the convenience that we just heard about with snaps. And Ted Gould is one of the key people in Inkscape. Former member of Canonical, I had the pleasure of meeting him at a UDS. And he's done some excellent work for all of us with his work there and on Inkscape. So, Ted,
hey,
show
thank
us
you
what
very
you
much.
got.
So my name's Ted Gould. I did work at Canonical and on Ubuntu, and I'm an Ubuntu member. But before I worked at a Canonical, and now after I worked at Canonical, I've been working on Inkscape for quite a long time. And today I'm the maintainer of the Inkscape Snap, the packaging that we use to distribute to Ubuntu users. Here's some info. There's my email address, my address on the ActivityPub network. If you're anywhere on the Fediverse, you can ping me whenever you'd like. So to understand kind of how snaps work and what the interesting problems are here, what we want to discuss, I kind of want to do a history lesson. And I swear that Alan and I didn't coordinate. He kind of did the history of packaging. I'm kind of doing history of container slash confinement. And I put the slide up here because the word containers means a lot of things to a lot of people. And if you go and you write a Wikipedia entry on what I'm going to say, you might as well start a flame fest, because I'm going to talk about it from the perspective of the desktop and how we started to look at containers and confinement and how that kind of came into the ideas that now we're talking about with modern Snap apps. It isn't really a history of containers, it really isn't a history of confinement, but I'm kind of mixing it together to kind of try to find a story of how all these things work together and where they make sense. I think a place to start talking about confinement was actually the modern web. So we've got these web browsers, and this is one of the first. This is NCSA Mosaic, and they downloaded information from the web. So they're getting it from an untrusted source, and effectively the web browser became a platform. So it comes in with HTML, it's got JavaScript, it pulls everything in, and it kind of does a lot of things on your computer, and it became a primary way to deliver a lot of application content to your computer. And so the web browsers got a lot of malicious attacks from them at the same time. But the reality was that the internet's a cat, the web browser is a box, and things were kind of protected because we've got the process model. You couldn't get quite out of the process. There really wasn't files on the web at that time, but the reality was that this kind of boxed in what the application could do and created an environment that was relatively safe. But then something happened to the web, something very, very scary. Browser tabs. So browser tabs meant that there was lots of cats in the box, and all these different websites were coming together, and they all had their JavaScript, and they all had their cookies, and they're all executing, and suddenly this box no longer really makes sense, because you want to keep the cats from each other too. And so we had to start thinking about how do browser tabs affect security and confinement. And I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it meant more boxes. And so what we've got is we've got lots of boxes, lots of cats. We put the cats in each box. And so the browser vendors started to think about this, and they said, okay, we're going to do different processes. We'll do processes that each tab is a process. And they started to build frameworks around to start to keep those cats in those boxes and keep them separate. So from a user perspective, you see a web browser, you see multiple tabs, but the reality is the browser is doing a lot of work to put every web page in its own isolated context so that they don't conflict or do improper data sharing between each other. So that seemed really cool. And so we started to see a lot of technology start to get developed in the kernel and other areas and start to get used by the kernel to say, hey, we want to be able to do this and do this more easily for processes. So we want to be able to support applications and frameworks that allow this kind of isolation between contexts. And so we saw expanded namespaces come up. We saw C groups, which allow for process control and continuation, and that all came together and became the Linux containers project. So this is where we start to see the word container. But all these are kernel technologies that were kind of, they were on their own some, but they're also inspired by the problems that these web browsers were seeing. And as more people started using the web browser became a critical app, and we want to make that more efficient and more secure on all of our platforms. And so we started seeing kernel level features that can support this level of confinement and isolation between cats. So another company came along you might have heard of, maybe, Docker, and they kind of said, okay, these are pretty cool texts. Let's kind of bring your own dependency stuff, and we're going to make images, and we're going to start to build applications in this type of environment. So they take the application, they put it on a disk image, effectively a UFS, and they use the same type of confinement container frameworks that we talked about that came from all these other technologies, including browsers, and started to bring this all down and into a very, very small application image that you can install. So you can install MySQL or something like that very quickly using Docker. And a lot of that depends on those kernel features that have been developed well before Docker existed, to all come together and to bring into a final state of, hey, I can quickly install this, it's kind of isolated, it's kind of confined, and then it can work together. And Docker works pretty cool when you start thinking about it as a data center. And data centers are kind of unique. And Docker apps, I work towards that. Docker apps work really well when the things you're interested in are basically network and disk. Because that's kind of all the Docker is splitting out. It's virtualizing your network, it allows several disks, it allows multiple CPUs, but it's kind of simple. And that works really great in the data center because when we look at this data center, it's pretty much networks and disks. There's not a lot of interesting things going on there. Some fans, some hard drives, it's networks and disks. And so these are the core interfaces that are in the kernel, and we're virtualizing those out, and that's where Docker really works well. But when we start looking at the desktop, there's lots of things besides networks and disks. And so when you start thinking about, hey, wait a second, I want to connect to webcams and printers and crazy devices that exist all over the place, it starts becoming a more interesting problem and a much harder problem than just using a bunch of kernel stuff that breaks out networks and disks. And it's a little bit of an oversimplification, but I wanted to come back and say, we've got some unique problems for desktop apps. We've got some unique problems of how we solve confinement and containerization as concepts for desktop apps. So with each of these peripherals, we start to come into interesting questions also about privacy and about what applications you allow certain information to have, which applications you allow to have certain information. For instance, does Inkscape need to know your GPS address? And the reality is it really doesn't. I can't think of a reason that Inkscape would need to know that. But this is the types of problems that start to come up with different peripherals. There's also things of background processes. How do you access a printer, for instance, is an interesting problem. Does that give you access to change the settings on the printer? It becomes a set of problems that all come down to when we start to have more complex apps, we need more complex interfaces to be able to express those interactions between apps. And those also come down to how applications work together. For a modern desktop to be usable, you have to start saying, well, I want to be able to open a URL that's in this program in my web browser. So we start having to have problems of how do these different apps work together in a centralized way. So I want to take a quick step back and talk about Ubuntu Phone. I don't know if anyone who read my resume, did anyone think I wasn't going to talk about Ubuntu Phone? Yeah, one guy in the back, yeah. So I was going to talk a little bit about Ubuntu Phone because it talks about the story, and it kind of keeps the story along, and it talks about how we started thinking about this a lot more. So to oversimplify Ubuntu Phone a little bit, and Alan kind of touched on this as well, Ubuntu Phone had a system image-based install, which means it takes a set of bits, flushes them onto RAM, or flash, and then when you want to update, it takes another 6 bits and then changes a pointer, and that makes it a lot more reliable. The applications were confined and managed, and they were installed versus a format that was called Click. And so we had created a packaging format, and Alan talked a lot about packaging, but we created a packaging format called Click, and what it did is it defined what the application was and how it got installed, and there was a Click store and stuff like that. So Click security, and I'm going to use container confinement a little bit interchangeably, mostly because I don't work at Canonical anymore, so I don't have to be on message, because people do use these interchangeably in their real life. So it contained each application using a variety of technologies. The first one was the Linux security module. So Linux security module is an interesting thing because it was developed actually for government work. So in certain government systems, they need a higher level of security. And so they developed the Linux security module and SE Linux to maintain that level of security. Ubuntu uses a more flexible security module called AppArmor. It was originally developed by SUSE, and that we use pretty extensively in Click security. We also use SecComp, which is, I can't remember what it's short for now, but it basically does, what it does is it takes all your system calls to the kernel and kind of gives a yes-no. It's a little bit brutal in that it just returns errors, but that's another technique that we use just to limit the amount of things that an application can do. So if the application can't access networking, all those syscalls just return errors because of SecComp. We also use C groups. C groups are control groups. What they do is they take a group of processes and allow for settings to be for those sets of processes. So you can say, this set of processes can only have 100 megabytes of RAM. And if they go over that, they just start getting failures to allocate more memory. We can also say that these set of processes have 0 CPU right now. And so the application's effectively asleep because it just won't be allocated any more CPU. And lastly, we use process namespaces, which do a lot of other resources inside the kernel, including networking and other things. So we did this Click thing. We built a phone. And what ended up happening is the IoT and server people kind of said, we like that. They came for us, is really what it came down to. They want the same system-based updates. They want your server applications to be reliable. Who knew? Your server's reliable. And they also wanted to be able to have these quick updates. And they also wanted the security. The security was also a critical aspect, especially when you're talking about IoT devices. These are devices that people are putting in their homes, and they are a huge network attack surface. So how do we keep those secure? And they said, that stuff you're doing on the phone, that's really, really cool. We'd like it. And that's where Snappy comes in. So Snappy and Snapgraph kind of came in to say, hey, we like what you're doing with Click. We like what you're doing with the system updates. We need to make it more generic. And we need to make it handle more use cases than just this phone. And so Snappy comes with the system image updates built in. We had 2 tools on the phone. One of them was a system updater, one was a Click install. And so that was fine for the phone, but with IoT, it made more sense to have one tool. It also comes in with a packaging format that's roughly the same, but it's more streamlined. So I like to refer to Snappy as Click 2.0, just to give the Snappy people a hard time. But it really was kind of the same intellectual path to come along. So we talked a little bit about the peripherals with a obnoxious graphic. Here's more of a diagram graphic. So in Snap, there's something called interfaces, and the interfaces define how your application can talk to things external to your application. And so anytime you want to talk to something else, you use an interface. Here, in this case, we've got a printer, the audio card, a joystick, or a mouse, and all those kind of things have interfaces in the Snap world. So what an interface does is it's basically an abstraction for all the security modules we just talked about. So if you had one that says, I'm going to be able to talk to the printer, it talks to AppArmor, it talks to SCComp, it talks to the C groups, it goes through all that stuff, and defines a set of settings that is, you can talk to the printer. So when your Snap gets installed, it goes through all the interfaces you've got and creates a AppArmor profile, for instance, on the AppArmor side, and then applies that AppArmor profile. So the interfaces really come down to how you can connect to the outside world outside of your Snap. And so the Snap security model is you get nothing by default, and then your interfaces define what you can connect to. So fortunately, a lot of the people here raised their hand and said they've used Inkscape before, but I wanted to give a quick introduction to Inkscape with one of the screenshots from the website for those who aren't familiar with it. Inkscape is a drawing application. It does vector graphics. Here it's doing some fine art, and it's got a variety of settings to do everything from gradients to diagrams. A lot of the graphics that I've done in this presentation were done in Inkscape. It's a general drawing app. But it's also a very complex app that has interfaces. We do printing files, all that kind of stuff. And so even when you start bringing in the Snap, we start saying, how do we connect to this outside world? So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about Inkscape. So how do we get Inkscape to an Inkscape Snap? For the most part, it's as simple as this diagram. It's easy, don't worry. It's as simple as this diagram. We've got the Inkscape source. We've got a definition of how it gets built called a snapcraft.yaml. It's a YAML file, and we'll go a little bit more into that, but I want to get an overview set up first. So the snapcraft.yaml defines how the Snap is built, and then we run snapcraft itself to create the Inkscape Snap. So from the source code, we use the configuration that's in the YAML file, and that creates the Snap. The snapcraft YAML file, and I'm going to oversimplify a little bit, has kind of three different things. It has a declaration. Hey, what is this? Gives you some information about it. It has build instructions to say, cool, you've got source code. How do you turn that into something? How do I build that binaries? What does it need? And it's got the application definition, which is where our interfaces and our inputs come in. What are the icons? How do I execute this application? So it has those kind of three sections. I'm going to do a sample snapcraft.yaml. Unfortunately, I was going to think about, I tried to do the Inkscape one. I tried this a few times. Unfortunately, the Inkscape one is rather large, and this is 1024 by 768. So we're going to do a look at the snapcraft file from a smaller app. This is a small photo viewer app that I did a long time ago, and it was just a nice small snapcraft file that we can look at. So first up, it's good to look at the definition. The definition section defines the name. This is your package name. If you do it on the command line, this is where you're going to be. So if you do snap info photo viewer or snap install photo viewer or anything like that, that's the name that gets used. Version. The version's kind of interesting because the version's only a user visible string. Snap internally uses a mono incrementing number for all the packages you've uploaded by that name. So the version is really only displayed to users. So you can put anything you want there. You could put, Ted's favorite version if you want it, or anything you want. It's a user visible string. Now, make it useful for users, but you don't have to worry about incrementing numbers, or those numbers don't really mean anything from which packages get installed or which upgrades happen. Finally, you say who did it. I did it. And provide a summary. And there's also a description, and there's some other flags you can have, like icons for the store and stuff like that. But for the most part, you're just basically defining what the package is. The second thing you want to look at is how it's built. This one is built with a QML app. It's got I'm just using the copy plugin, which just copies a main.qml file. It's a very simple photo viewer with some JavaScript built in and a QML plugin. But what's happening here is the QML plugin is actually pulling a bunch of debs. So I don't know, maybe Alan knows, but for the most part, I find that most of the snaps I look at are people who are pulling in a bunch of Debian dependencies. So they're pulling in libraries, they're pulling in Python, they're pulling in all these different things to make their app work. And so you can use the packages in the archive as your basis, but you don't have to. And that's what's interesting about Snapcraft is, so for instance, let's say there's a Python library that in the archive, the stable version is version 5, but hey, I'm really into that community, I really like that application, and so, or that library, and so I want to pull the latest from PyPy. You can do that in your Snap and just script that to say, I'm going to pull that in. Where that affects Inkscape is that there's a core drawing library we use called lib2geom, and we release that, for the most part, us. There's tight overlap of the two communities, but we also need newer features of that library. And so that newer version of the library may not be in 1604. And so if we need it for our snap, we just pull the version that we care about being stable. And so we'll get the latest stable, even though the Ubuntu hasn't necessarily updated the latest stable, we can have the latest stable in our app. This also allows us to do things like use experimental features, like we're discussing using a experimental Cairo backend. We can use that in our snap easily because we control which version of Cairo it is, we control which backend it is, we control what the environment variables are to configure that backend. And so for the most part, I would say when you're thinking about how you're building your app, start with Ubuntu packages because they're really, really great. But then you can also step off that reservation for things you really care about or know about or want to spend more time investing in. And there's, of course, there's good documentation on snapcraft.io about all the different fields you can use here and the different plugins for whatever your app needs to build. In Inkscape, we use the CMake plugin, which basically just handles all the CMake configuration and setting up the build directories and all that kind of good stuff in a CMake-y way. Lastly, we've got the definition. This is the photo viewer, and it uses QML scene, which is you're not supposed to use, but this is a quickie demo app. And it does QML scene, calls our main.qml file because the directory it's executed in is the directory the snap's in. And QML scene, if you want to pass parameters to something, you have to use -- at the end. So any parameters that are passed to the snap, if you call it on the command line, will be appended onto this line. So for QML scene, that means you need a -- at the end. And then it comes to capabilities. These are your interfaces. This one uses the desktop interface, which I'll talk a little bit more about, but it's kind of a generic one for desktop apps to kind of get the basic connecting to your X server, your mouse, all the basic things you need for a desktop app. And it uses network client because this photo viewer app pulls photos from Flickr. It uses Flickr tags. It's a demo in the Qt thing. But if you need networking, network client's what you need. If you need to configure networking, there's network manage. If you need to, use files, you can do the home interface. But what's really interesting, and this is not quite shipped, but it's really important for Inkscape and other desktop snaps, is portals. So portals was developed with Flatpak. So the Flatpak developers had a lot of the same problems, and they developed a system called portals. And what portals are is they're dbus services that exist on the desktop. And so they have a fixed location on dbus, and so the applications then can call that address and have something happen. There's various things you can have happen. One of them is a file open dialog. And so what this does is this means that the application goes, portals, open me a file open dialog. It gets a file open dialog. So now the application itself doesn't have to know about files in the file system. Only the helper, the portals, have to know about files in the system. And so after the application asks the portal to open up, it gives it a link to the file in the context of the snap. And so what it creates is an environment where the app can be more confined because it doesn't need to be able to access the file system. It doesn't need to be able to read the user's home directories. It doesn't need to be able to access printers directly. It just sends the print job and lets the overall system handle it. And so portals landed in, I want to say about 4 months ago in Snappy. They're still a work in progress. They're only really available in 1810. They're starting to backport them to 1804. But this is really important for desktop apps because the portals, what happens right now in desktop apps is most people get what the home directory interface. And the home directory interface allows you to read all the files in the user's home directory, which works fine for most Inkscape users. But we don't really want to have that much permissions because if someone was to download an SVG that was malicious, it could get to all the files in your home directory. And so we don't want that. And so by using the portals, we don't ever have access to the files that you don't, as a user, explicitly give us access to. And so that's where the portals are really, really important, and that's a coming feature that we're enabling in Inkscape. For the most part, you don't need to think about portals other than enabling the interface because most of the toolkits support them directly. For instance, GTK and Qt do. Electron doesn't yet, but they're working on that. But so you just need to enable it and let it work. And Inkscape, the issue we have with portals is that we've customized all those dialogues. So instead of, hey, we just use the standard GTK dialog that's really, really smart, we put extra things in there. And so for the Inkscape development, we're working on going back to using some of the core GTK functionality so we get this portal stuff for free. So the Inkscape source is stored in GitLab. We're a big GitLab user. You can go to gitlab.org, gitlab.com/Inkscape, and you'll find all the Inkscape sources and all the extensions and a lot of our bugs and stuff like that. And so let's say a developer, Joe Blow, goes and pushes his new Git repo. So that Git repo then gets synced to Launchpad. Launchpad has Git support for those who hadn't noticed. It has for a couple years. So it syncs the repository that's on GitLab and pulls it over into Launchpad. The Launchpad then has builders for snaps, and so what happens is it automatically builds for several platforms, similar to your PPA. It takes and compiles Inkscape on those various platforms. We currently build for AMD 64, i386, ARM 64, and ARM HF. So it takes all and builds all those snaps in the Launchpad builders, and then pushes those into the snap store. And so it pushes them onto a channel automatically that's called Edge. So you can, right now, if you do snap install -- edge for Inkscape, you're going to get whatever the last thing that was put into master. You know, minus a 2-hour delay or whatever from all the different pieces working. But you're getting the commit that that person put in. Now, generally that's pretty stable. I don't recommend that for most users because it's obviously a quickly changing version of Inkscape. But you get the version hot off the presses as quickly as you want it. And also, if you, let's say, for instance, you did want to stay on Edge, that you get the version binary diff. So Snap will binary diff the previous version and only sends you the diff. And so you can stay on Edge pretty easily. Even though Inkscape's about 120 megabyte download, you're only going to get the differences that are caused by that change. And so it doesn't become expensive to stay on the Edge channel for Inkscape. From the Inkscape developer perspective, we'd love for you to stay on Edge and submit bugs. We'd like to get more testing of that. There's currently about 150 people that are on the Edge channel for Inkscape. We'd really like to increase that number so that we get more feedback as we're getting closer to releases. So if you did feel like you were able to and you wanted to contribute to Inkscape, one thing you could do is just change your Inkscape snap over to the Edge branch, and you get the latest cool features, but we'd also like it if you filed some bugs. So we talked a little bit about confining applications and why do we do this. I think it's important to talk about what do we do and why do we think this is a good idea. And maybe it's fun, technical challenge. We want to confine applications because it's a hard problem. So let's solve it. Is it maybe a geek sport? Maybe we get points. We can, all get letter jackets in confinement. That'd be cool. Or just to make things difficult. And I think there's a really important reasons to confine applications, but one of them is this. The fastest growing consumer OSs are these three. Every other OS for consumers is declining significantly market share in the last 5 years. It's Android, Chrome OS, and iOS. So what we're seeing is that every environment that consumers are using has confined applications. So what that means is that the expectations that users have for how much security they get when they buy a device is increasing. And so if we go to users and say, hey, look, this Ubuntu desktop, it was secure in 1970, this Unix model was awesome, and it was, and it was a lot better than what Microsoft shipped for a long time. But the reality is Windows isn't even on this list. Windows is declining in popularity too. And people's expectations are changing of what security they expect on their consumer devices. So if we want Ubuntu desktop, if we want the Linux desktop to be relevant in this changing world, we have to start confining these applications and make them confined. So it comes back to why confine applications? And the answer is quite simple. It's to protect from malicious app, it's to provide for stable upgrades, and it's to meet the expectations that users are going to have 5 years down the road. It's going to meet those expectations will turn into IT requirements faster than we probably realize. So this is the important part about confining applications. I'm happy to take lots of questions about confining applications or Inkscape. I pushed this on my website last night, this morning. I haven't checked to make sure it got there, but the slides should be up there. And I think I went a little short, actually. So we have lots of time for questions. Any questions?
Yeah. In terms of the, So in terms of the portals thing, is there any plans to support, I don't know, like network connections or something in terms of like, I don't know, some privilege passing thing where they give you like an address and it like pre-binds the socket and then it passes the file descriptor over dbus through? Are there plans for that sort of
So the question is about
application?
portals and networking, and I haven't seen any networking portals. That'd be really interesting. I think it'd also be interesting to do
like binding sockets or something maybe
yeah,
as well.
or forcing it over a VPN. Like I could have
Right,
a
right,
VPN
right.
for the single app. There's some work on network namespaces to do that, but I haven't seen anything with portals specifically. We are also looking at doing for the phone. We are looking at using network namespaces to do measuring of apps for how much data did this app use. I haven't seen any of that for Snap though.
Okay, so it's mostly just for file system access stuff right now.
File system and printing.
Okay, yeah, sure.
URL passing. There's like 6 of them, I think.
Okay. And it's just giving you a file descriptor back under the covers, and
actually-
like the GTK dialog stuff all abstracts that away.
It actually doesn't give you a file descriptor. It copies the file into your context.
Oh,
and
it
then
just
manages it,
namespace
so you
merges.
can save to it and overwrite it and stuff like that.
Okay.
The file descriptor doesn't work for all those use cases, especially for how applications use files in weird ways.
Sure,
so actually
sure.
copying the file across works a little bit better. So it's kind of a virtual file system type of thing in the context of the application.
Okay, cool.
I have a,
What have you seen statistic-wise as far as the decline of Linux on the desktop? Is that lowering in popularity at the same rate that proprietary alternatives like macOS and Windows are? If it's a statistic that you've looked into for as far as Inkscape goes, what are you seeing there?
So the question was about how the decline in Linux desktop, and the statistics I've seen. Well, one, Linux desktop is a very small number, so it's hard to say decline because it doesn't change that much, but it seems to be relatively constant. And I think that the reality there is that you see developers and creative professionals are using the Linux desktop for the most part. And the people that are really dropping off on Windows and macOS are the consumer users. And so the users that were already on the Linux desktop are more sticky and more technical and able to use it. So I think that actually the Linux desktop will fare better than Windows has, for instance. You see, but I mean, Windows is pushing out consumer versions too. Maybe those will actually be successful. They haven't yet, but I don't think they will be. But so I think it's more of a consumer change, and we didn't have that many consumers using the Linux desktop, so I haven't seen much change on the numbers that I've seen.
I have a follow-up question to the gentleman's question a moment ago. When an application has a file that's copied for it, and it modifies it, there are options to share those modifications back to the original?
So it's actually it depends on the implementation. Flatpak does it slightly different than Slack. It's a fuse mount, and so it is connected back. It's not an option to share. It's actually full access to that file. So it's not. It exists as a file in the file system that the application sees. I think would be the best way to say it. There were an implementation that uses hard links early in Flatpak, but now it seems to all be going to Fuse to implement that.
Where is your bug tracker?
So that's where the Inkscape bug tracker is. So we actually just moved, and so that's why it's a funny question, because the Inkscape bug tracker just used to be in Launchpad. We just recently moved it to Gitlab. So in Gitlab, there's if you go to GitLab/Inkscape, there's an inbox, and you can throw bugs in there, and they get triaged and put in the appropriate places that we're keeping track of bugs. So we'd also, if you're so interested, we'd like help verifying and moving some of the old bugs over to Launchpad. We decided not to do a just copy paste of all the bugs because a lot of them were historical and hadn't been re-verified. So we decided to take the opportunity to copy them and verify them, which is a big project. So if that was something you're interested in, we'd love a lot of help with that.
More questions? General questions about Inkscape? I'll bet you know a few things about it.
Island?
So the question was, my top level domain is Christmas Island. So the question is if I lived there. Unfortunately not, I've never been. It's a cruel joke, actually, because what happened was, it used to be .coms were $200 a year, and .cx came out in the late 90s, and they're like, we'll let anyone have a domain, and it's only going to be $100 a year. I'm like, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to save all this money. And so, what's a .com today? Yeah, let's say a .cx isn't $10. So they got my money in the long term, but I've used it for all over 20 years now, so I'm kind of stuck on the email address. Cool. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ted. We have a lunch break now, and we're back here at, I think it's 1:30 for Jose Antonio Rey talking about identity management. Three. It's the extended lunch because in the middle of the day, Expo Floor opens. Thank you for that reminder. Welcome back. Did you guys have a good lunch? If you've been to UbiCon before, you may know Jose Antonio Rey. And he's here to talk about an intro to identity management. Appreciate your coming here, Jose.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, Richard. I know this was a very last-minute talk, and it got scheduled a couple days ago. So if you're here, thank you. So let's just get started. I think can you hear me all right there? Just wanted to make sure that everyone can hear me. Perfect, thanks. So who am I? I am part of the Ubuntu Community Council. I've been working with them for the past 2 years. I am a senior developer support engineer at Auth0. I am an author of the 8 and 9 editions of the official Ubuntu book, and I don't bite unless you're food. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, either during the talk or at the end. So let's get started to this introduction to identity management, talking a little bit about digital identity and what digital identity is. Digital identity is a very broad concept. When you think about it, it's not like you have a clear definition on your head. There are not a lot of places that talk about what a digital identity is. You might be using it on your everyday life, but you don't even know about it. So what specifically is digital identity? Is it your documents that have been digitalized? Is it your same identities, your IDs, your government IDs, those kind of things that have been digitalized? Or is it something else? Is it something different? Is it related to your digital footprint, what you do on the internet, what you do online, what you do with computers? What specifically is digital identity? And basically, digital identity is who you are on the digital world. It is not represented by the same documents. It basically tells a service, a computer, it tells something digital who you are in real life. Digital identity is represented by credentials. So it can be a username and password, an email and password. It can be your phone number. It can be your address, a unique user ID, something like that. It's represented by that specific set of credentials. Your digital identity is not universal. It means that your identity on site A is not going to work on site B necessarily. The fact that you have a digital identity constructed doesn't mean that it will work everywhere unless you register for that specific site. Credentials for each application, each site are separate. And a simple example can be Facebook versus Twitter. The fact that you have an account on Facebook doesn't mean that you are going to be able to log into Twitter with the same exact set of credentials. And last but not least, your digital identity is used to compartmentalize and personalize your experience within that application or that machine or whatever you're using. So within your identity, you can store certain values in that way. Let's say Facebook can personalize your experience with ads. They will start learning what you like, what you don't like, what you use, what you're looking for. And based on that, they will add those little bits into your profile, and they'll match them to your credentials so that basically they'll start knowing you a little bit more. And that's how you can personalize a bit more the experience. It's because you have an identity with that product, with that service. With digital identity, basically, we as users give our information out to companies or to services that are going to be using that piece in order to personalize our experience. However, as developers, we collect that information from different users. We grab their email or their phone or their address, and we put together those little pieces to create a profile for the user that is going to be consuming our service. And that, of course, comes with several implications in the middle. It's not just like we grab that piece of data and we can just go on our way. It might sound as easy as that, but there are several things in the middle. There's regulations, there's security issues, there are security matters in general that can affect how you can collect this information, how you can process this information, how you can use and personalize this information from users that you are collecting. So let's get a bit more on the technical side on how you manage an identity now that we know what a digital identity is. As I previously mentioned, an identity is way more than just a username and password. It starts with credentials. It could start with a username and password. However, when you start growing and personalizing the experience, it becomes much more than that. You get certain pieces and bits of information for this specific user that can help you learn more about this person or this group of people. Users can be trusting you with their personally identifiable information. Let's say I'm Amazon.com, and you are my user. In that case, you would be trusting me with credit card numbers, your address, your email address, your credit card expiration date. And I refer to personally identifiable information specifically because you might, for example, be shipping something out to a user. And for that, you will need their address, their physical mailing address, not their email address. And if someone gets a hold of that, it could become a potential risk. They could start getting spam, or even with their email address, they can also get spam on their email address. So you start collecting these bits and pieces of information that can switch the perspective on how you manage the identity of this user. So I'm going to talk a bit more about what happens before, during, and after the process of managing the identity. Before you manage you start managing identities, it's always good to have a privacy policy. So a privacy policy is a legal document that basically states what information you're going to grab from the user, how you're going to use that information, how you're going to store that information, and basically who can you share that information with in order to fulfill your business purposes. A privacy policy is always highly recommended because it can help you set standards on what you are building, how you're using that information. Users are going to know, even before they sign up for your service, what they're getting into when they're giving you their data. And that gives them a huge peace of mind in terms of knowing what's going to happen with their data. Especially in the open source world, it's not always as easy to get personally identifiable information from a user because many users like to protect their privacy. So depending on your privacy policy, this can influence on if your users are going to give you the data that you need in order to properly function or not. And then it's always good to have secure transfer protocols. Stop using HTTP. Start using HTTPS for everything. HTTP is no longer secure. It can get intercepted. Make sure you have valid SSL certificate. If you're going to handle certain pieces of information, for example, credit cards, there are several procedures or several certifications that you can go through in order to tell users that you are compliant with certain security measures so that users can trust you with that data. One of them is PCI compliance, which basically certifies that you can handle credit card data securely. So it's always good to have secure transfer protocols between your user, your server, and back. So always use HTTPS. Please don't use HTTP for everything in general. Just don't. Then during the process of managing your identities, again, I have to restate that you have to keep using secure transfer protocols. It's always good to transfer data securely. If you can encrypt the data during transfer, that's better, because that way, if an attacker gets a hold of that data, they're not going to be able to use it for anything. They'll just see a scramble of letters and numbers, random letters and numbers, and they're not going to be able to use that information. So your users are actually secure. If you get compromised, if your database is leaked, nothing is going to happen to that data, and you can remain assured that your users' data is going to be protected. Safely secure your data, and that includes hashing passwords. Never, ever store plain text passwords. That's a very old-fashioned method of doing things. It's like if you were writing down your password on a piece of paper and leaving it on the table. If someone gets a hold of that piece of paper, then they're going to be able to see that password. And maybe if you reuse your passwords, then they can get access to several other sites. So use hashing algorithms in order to protect that data. I'm going to suggest some pieces of software that you can use in order to accomplish these different things at the end. So, and not only hash your passwords, also make sure that if you're making backups of the data, if you're storing the data, make sure to encrypt it. Because otherwise, if someone gets a hold of that backup, they might also be able to access that data without your consent. So make sure that you take all the necessary steps in order to make sure that the data is always secure. Treat basically your data treat basically your user's data as if it were your data. If you don't want any random person to get a hold of your address, don't do that to some other random person on the internet. And finally, start preventing abuse of your service. Start setting rate limits. There are several pieces of software that can help you set rate limits or prevent brute force attacks, for example, that can help with anomaly detection, that will allow you to prevent some kind of attack against your service in a way that users will be protected in case there's an attack against their credentials. If someone's trying to brute force or siphon out their credentials, they won't be able to because you have these measures in place. And finally, after managing the identity, always remember that the user is the owner of their own information. Even though they might have shared it with you, it doesn't mean that the information that you're now the owner of that information that they shared. They are always the owner of that info. So if they, for any reason, decide that they no longer want to share it with you, you should always be able to revoke that data. There are several regulations, which I'm going to also talk about, that can help with this in terms of the user side. And finally, keep your word about the things that you're mentioning, for example, in your privacy policy. If you say you're going to use the data in some way, don't start just selling the data out. Don't start selling out email addresses or passwords and databases out in the wild. It's always good to keep your word because that way you'll also start building your reputation and you're going to be considered secure. So let's get even more on the technical side on user authentication and basically how a user authentication flow works. When doing user authentication in your application, there's 3 involved parties. The first party is the service provider that basically connects whoever's giving you the identities in your application. And then we have the identity provider who has the credentials, the set of credentials that will allow the users to authenticate. And we have your own application or service. And this might sound a bit confusing, but I have a chart here that can help understand things a bit more. So let's say you're developing your own application, and your request starts there. Your request starts in your application and moves over to the service provider. And the service provider will basically say, oh, I got a request from application A that wants to authenticate a user in order to be able to access their profile or certain data. So the service provider contacts the identity provider, and in that meanwhile, in that meantime, the user provides credentials. So a username and password, an email, a phone number, something to authenticate them. And the service provider will say, hey, identity provider, user A with password X has told me that these are their credentials. Are these the credentials for the user? The identity provider will say either yes or no. If they say yes, they will send back a response to the identity provider, to the service provider, and the service provider will send back a response to your application saying, yes, this user wanted to authenticate. They have this email address. They have all these properties in their profile. And your application will be able to interpret them and use them in any way that they find convenient. Now, there are several more things that are that can be specified during a user authentication flow in order to access certain data. For example, there is this piece called a scope, and basically with a scope you can say I only want to access this part of the data, or I only want to be able to read or write or manage, or depending on what you want to do, you can set a scope to either receive or access or modify certain parts of the data. But this would be a bare bones basic user authentication flow, where this flow happens. When this flow happens, you'd be authenticated. You can, for example, I'm thinking, for example, Google. When you have your own application and you click on login with Google, Google is going to act as a service and identity provider. They're going to verify the credentials, and they're going to send back a response to the application. And that's basically how the application gets your profile. Now, for user authentication, you have a couple of options. The first one is to build an in-house service provider and identity provider. And that can be a bit complicated considering the fact that there are, as I was mentioning, several security standards on how to handle user data, user authentication, credential handling. There's a lot of standards that you need to comply with, and there's a lot of security measures that you need to have in place in order to make sure that you are doing the correct things with this data, that you're not exposing it to the public, or you're not doing something that you might not even consider malicious, but according to different standards could be. So building an in-house service provider and identity provider is always an option if you want to go from scratch. You can always do that, and it is a little more time-consuming, well, a lot more time-consuming, but it gives you the benefit that you know how everything is working from scratch. And then we can also use widely available services that already have a user authentication flow established, services that can help you federate these identities from different identity providers that basically act as service providers themselves, that you can build into your application and you can basically use to log in with other services. Auth0 is one of the companies that provides that, and we do have an open source friendly plan. We support open source projects and companies, so there are open source friendly options. And I also know that Red Hat was starting to build their own identity provider and service provider solution. I'm not quite sure on how that's going, but I will touch base with my Red Hat friends to be a little bit more informed about that. So that's also an option that you can consider, apart from building your own in-house service provider or identity provider. Now, GDPR are 4 letters that you might have heard recently, and you might have gotten a lot of emails about in May last year. Your inbox might have been flooded on May 25th of last year because of these 4 letters. And basically, GDPR is the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union, which was established, as I mentioned, on May 25th of last year. Basically, the core of this regulation is to unify and strengthen data policies across the European Union. They started recognizing that digital identity was a big thing, and the companies might have not been using your digital identity as they were originally promising. So the idea behind this regulation is to, again, provide a set of standards that companies have to comply with. And if they do, then the end user will be able to say, my data is being handled correctly, or I own my data, and this is a company that has good practices in terms of user data. And now, the following that I'm going to speak about is definitely not legal advice. If you have any questions about GDPR or the legal implications on your business, on your project, you should always talk to a lawyer. This is just some advice that I've been putting together from my own experience and from reading GDPR documents. I'm not a lawyer. So the GDPR is based on these five concepts. So consent, the right to access correct and erase data, data minimization, portability, and to protect and secure user data. Consent is basically the fact that the user has to be able to say either yes or no on if they want a piece of your application to access your data, the data that you have provided. So that's the first step. Once they say yes or no, you get the data, but once you get the data, the user also has the right, because again, it's their own data, they should be able to access the data at any point. They should be able to contact you or use any automated services that you might have to be able to read whatever pieces of information that you have. If they change that information, they should be able to easily correct that. And if they no longer want to be able to, you to have that information, they should also be able to either erase or revoke that data. So you should not be blocking any of these requests. There's also the concept of data minimization, which means that data should not be spread everywhere. You should keep data as minimal as possible. You should only gather the data that you're going to need to use. If you are not going to ship something to the user, don't get their mailing address. If you're not going to send them emails, don't get their email address. If you're not going to call them or send SMS to them, don't get that phone number. And basically, just get the data that you need. I guess that's the shorter version of it. Data portability means that a user should be able to get a copy of their data in a portable format, let's say a JSON file, at any point at all. So as part of the right to access their data, they should also be able to get that data in a very portable format. So you're not going to send them a 2 gigabyte file saying, this is your data. And finally, your data should be, again, protected and secured, encrypted, and you shouldn't be exposing the user data to any attacks. The big question is, does it affect you or your company? If you are a European company, it affects you, or if you process data of European Union citizens. And this covers personally identifiable information. So if you're handling any kind of PII, you should be focusing on GDPR implementation. So, I'm sorry. Some best practices regarding user management data handling. There's the concept of multi-factor authentication. Sorry, Richard. Richard, would you mind if I got some water? Can I get some water, please? Thank you. There's the concept of multi-factor authentication, which means that you have 2 factors of authentication. You have your username, password, credentials. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to wait for the water. I got a cold earlier, but we'll resume this shortly. Yeah, this is working now. I think I'm better now. But okay, let's move on. Multi-factor authentication is a concept that basically entails having more than your first set of credentials available to authenticate the user. Thanks, Richard. I had forgotten how talking was. It is a bit dry in California, even though we had some rain a couple days ago. So basically, with multi-factor authentication, you would authenticate your users with one set of credentials, let's say the username and password. And after that, you would ask them to verify their identity with another method of authentication. So let's say a push notification, an SMS message, an email, or even some kind of physical device like a YubiKey. I might have my YubiKey around here, so let me try and find it real quick. So this is a physical device that I have on me at all times. And it might seem very tiny, so I'm not sure if most of you are going to be able to see them. But I'm not sure if you can see this little USB-C dongle that I have on my keychain. And this is a YubiKey. Basically, I insert it in my computer, and when the application prompts me to access my data, they not only ask for my username and password or set of credentials, but they also ask for this physical key. And in that way, not only I have to enter something that I know, I also have to enter something that I have. And there's no way that if I don't have both of them, I can access the service or the data that I'm requesting. It's much, much preferred to have a physical multi-factor authentication device, because when you're logging in, you might have your password saved on your mobile device, and if you get a push notification on the same mobile device, it's like if nothing were happening. It's the same exact factor. So it's always recommended to try and enable physical MFA wherever possible. You can do that with YubiKeys. There's some other keys that are available in the market. I think Google also launched their Titan security bundle, which has physical MFA. You should also establish rate limits, and I mentioned these earlier, basically so that there are no attacks against your service, and if they are, the users start getting rate limited, and the requests don't hit your server. Basically, if you get too many requests in a certain period of time, your servers start going to rejecting them, and that can protect your user data. IP tables is a great open source piece of software that can help do that. I mentioned HTTPS several times. Don't use HTTP. Use the secure transportation method. And there is this plugin that's available for Firefox and Chrome, and that's called HTTPS Everywhere. It'll basically force you to browse on HTTPS. And if it can't find an HTTPS server for what you're trying to access, it'll just redirect you to HTTP, but it'll do its best to find a copy of the service running on a secure server. Then encrypt and sign your data wherever possible. There is this hashing algorithm called bcrypt that basically does rounds of hashing of the data that you're providing it with. It's widely used for passwords. So I recommend that you use it if you're building an in-house solution. And always try to encrypt your backups, sign your requests, make sure that all the data that you're sending is protected, that you're sending and that you're saving is protected. And finally, the best piece of advice that I can give you in regards of this topic is use your common sense. You treat the user's data, and I said this previously, treat the user's data as if it were your own data. Don't do that data whatever you wouldn't like to happen to your own data. If you think that something is not right, it's probably not. So if you have doubts, consult with someone else, and yeah, in general, use your common sense. So that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to go ahead. That's my contact info. Feel free to send me an email at any of those addresses. Contact me on Twitter, send me a DM. If you're too shy to ask questions right now, feel free to find me on the hallway. I'll be here for the entire weekend. So I don't know if anyone has any questions.
He's pretty friendly. You can ask your question right now if you like.
I won't bite, really.
There you go.
I saw that you showed that you had the Yubico, the YubiKey.
Yes.
What happens if you actually lose the key? Do you have like a backup method, or like otherwise you lock yourself out? I mean,
that's a pretty good question. So most of the services that allow for for physical MFA will also allow you to either get recovery codes or set up a second MFA solution. So if you lose your YubiKey, you can enter this recovery code, and you'll be able to access your account in that service. In general, if someone's using a recovery code, you should always ask them if they've lost their device or not. Try and reset that device for them. But always make sure that you verify, that you somehow have a way to verify that user's identity. A recovery code is usually the way to go. Jeremy? Yes, so Jeremy was saying that a recovery key is one-time use. And that's, again, a general practice. So for example, when you set up, I'm sorry, you can set multiple YubiKeys. Yes, I was going to give the example of Google. Google has been using multi-factor authentication for a while now. And what they do is when you first set up multi-factor authentication, they give you this pretty piece of paper that you can print that has 10 recovery codes. And each one of them is single use. So if for some reason you're locked out of your account, you lose your YubiKey, you don't have access to your phone, you're in a foreign country, you don't have service, you want to access your email, you pull out this printed piece of paper that you have as a backup that you can, that has these 10 unique use codes that you can use in order to access your data once again. And again, it's always good to have a way for users to access their data in case they lose this, this multi-factor authentication device or devices. You can set more than one key if you implement your application to do so. Google allows you, for example, to have more than one YubiKey. I personally have 3 YubiKeys in my own account. And it's also good to keep those recovery codes if you have them printed or written down somewhere in a secure place. If you have SafeBox, put them there if you want to secure your data. Any other questions? Comments, additions? I know this is a very broad topic, but I tried to distill it down.
I wasn't clear on one detail.
Go ahead.
Should I use HTTP or HTTPS?
HTTPS.
Okay.
Don't use HTTP. You're getting into a lot of trouble, Richard.
Could you talk a little bit, give you a chance to pitch it a little bit. What's Auth0's kind of offering for like GDPR stuff? I'm assuming you get some of that compliance like out of the box if you're using that as a provider?
Yes. So basically with GDPR handling, it's you have to follow these set of 5 rules that I previously mentioned. And if you're building your in-house solution, it's a bit harder because you have to make sure that you build all the right components to make sure you follow each one of them. When you choose an out-of-the-box solution like Auth0, we make sure that you have everything ready so you can comply with these regulations or standards. So we provide you with tools that will help you manage your users' identities and data according to GDPR standards, for example. Go ahead. Okay, perfect. Same question. So Auth0 is a company that provides a service for identity and access management. Basically, what we provide is a nifty little box that allows you to log in using different methods like username, password. You can connect to social providers like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, GitHub, LinkedIn, and some others. You can connect to different SAML providers. SAML is a standard. It's a standard assertion markup language for authenticate. Standard, or I'm not sure. I can't quite remember now, but it's an acronym, one of the many acronyms out in the market. But it's a widely used standard in terms of authentication. You can also connect with WS Federation, which is another standard, and basically it allows you to connect your application with these other providers, this huge list of providers, and from there build a user base that you can also manage within Auth0 itself. So it's in core, essentially, it's the service provider that connects your application and the identity provider. It's the middle piece that will allow these two to get connected and share information and then manage the users. I don't think that we have ramp compliance at the moment, but I'm not sure. You feel free to email me about that, and I can look into that for you. But I personally don't think that we have ramp compliance.
Hi.
Hi.
How is OAuth 2 getting affected by GDPR? Are there any changes there, or?
So OAuth 2 is a standard for communicating between one place and the other. And it's not, it doesn't set how you manage the user data. It just allows you to transfer user data between one place and the other with a set of standards. But it's not about storing the data itself. So it's more of a communication protocol, you could say. Any other questions or comments, additions, suggestions? I am more than open to hearing any of those. If not, I'll go ahead and close this. Again, that's my contact info. Feel free to send me an email. Oh, there's a question.
One more. There's some stuff about like geo boundaries. How would you implement that, or how are you taking care of that?
So I am assuming with geo boundaries, you mean allowing certain people from certain regions to log in and people from other regions to not log in. And that will be something that you implement within your service provider itself. Your service provider should be able to, based on probably the IP and using a geo IP service, determine on if a customer is within a region to allow them to log in or not. But solutions like Auth0 will allow you to use, for example, Auth0 is quite customizable in the terms that we have rules, and you can modify in what you want and how you want users to authenticate. You can set if you want certain users from a certain area to authenticate or not, if you want them to access only your application only during the weekdays and not during the weekends. It's very, very customizable, but it really depends on each service provider and the offering that they have. It's not something that's built into the communication protocols for authentication. Any more questions? Last chance. Go ahead.
For a personal website where the creator is not trying to sell anything, what level of HTTPS would you recommend?
I would say that at least have an SSL certificate, so basic HTTPS. SSL certificates can come in different levels, as you mentioned, and depending on that, there's also a cost associated to it. If you're not going to capture any data, I would recommend just a basic level. But for example, banks have a more complex SSL certificate where it shows the company name up top in the address bar. It shows the issuance date, the expiration date as usual. It shows the address. It shows several other details. And it makes it easy for people to recognize if they're accessing a legit site or not. And depending on the level of certificate that you get, it's also harder to get their certificate because you have to go through several processes of verification, and of course, it's costly. So if you're only setting your, oh yeah, so let's encrypt provide you with a basic SSL certificate for free. That you can basically set up a cron job on your server, and it will allow you to automatically renew that certificate. But again, if you're only using it for personal reasons, you're not capturing any sensitive data, I would say that basic HTTPS is more than fine. And you can get that for free with Let's Encrypt. If you want to set up a bank, well, get one of the more expensive SSL certs.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Jose.
Anytime. If you had any more questions that you were too shy to ask, feel free to catch me on the hallway.
We have an uncommon schedule now. We're going to have a very brief break and then kick right into the last session, which is about you. Was that no? No what? The picture? Oh, the group picture. You know, that's a very good question, and that did not happen this year. Shall we get one right now? You want a group picture? All right. That's the can-do spirit. That's the community making it happen for themselves. So let's get everyone up here. And I can take a picture. Well, I'll put the slide up because it says it. We'll get a picture. Actually, no. We have a projector. It's going to shine on its face.
True, and it's going to generate shadow.
Yeah. when apparently the light is on, that's an indicator that the sound is on. Is it good back there? Yeah? Okay. Yeah? He's not happy, you're happy. So I don't know how to reconcile that. I have no volume control. I could put this inside my mouth. Oh, there it is. That's what you were saying. Yeah, now I hear it. All right. Okay. It's almost too loud now. We're going to make do. Saint Tux is here. We have a visitation.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Saint Tux, for being here.
You're welcome.
This is awesome. I'm not even going to bother with the presentation now. This is better than anything I prepared.
So, well, I wanted to say, so I talked to Richard before we got out here, and I had been making arrangements for an Ubuntu running robot to show up. Unfortunately, it was a little bit last minute. We weren't able to make that happen. And I thought, okay, well, what can I do to make up for losing his really awesome icebreaker? And I'm like, well, I can make an idiot of myself. I do that without a costume. So bring in here. Of course, we have GNU and Puffy, because these are also important for us. So anyway, I just want to do this to make sure we lighten up a little bit and get everybody smiling and hopefully participating, because that's the whole point of what he's wanting to do, is talk to the community and get you to give us some feedback, or give him some feedback. I actually have to take off for another event. But I wanted to make sure I at least did the part I said I was going to do one way or another.
I have never in my life had a better introduction. Thank you for that. This is going to be hard to follow up. This is a weird talk because it's not about the speaker. It sounds weird to me. Is it okay back there? All right. I'll try to be confident about it. It's not an ordinary talk in the sense that normally I do the slides and then I do stuff and then you look at that and then we have some Q&A. I have a very little bit of slides to frame a conversation for what is kind of an experimental workshop if you're up for it. Often in the afternoon slots here at UbuCon, that's when we do our hands-on, roll up our sleeves, figure stuff out together things. We've had snap workshops and other things. Today's workshop is about, say, taking over the computing world. Well, let's try that out, see what we can do with that. The big questions are, in terms of evangelizing the Ubuntu desktop that we know and love, what can we do? And if there are things that the company might be able to help with, what can they do? So let's explore some of this, and to get that conversation going, I have some thoughts on how software happens, the economics of it, that are probably good to take into account. The sober realities of making software. This is always part of a client onboarding conversation. And I suppose many of you don't know who I am, and that's okay. These two do, because you've been here before. I'm a software developer. I've been doing software for 25 years. I do it for Mac, Windows, Linux, and a whole bunch of platforms. And so I am keenly aware of what it takes to make software on a lot of platforms with all the changing things in our ecosystem for a great many years. And so this is really what it often boils down to. People see, oh, look, that's a great app. I'll bet they did that in 20 minutes or whatever, but no, it doesn't. So when you think about what it takes to make Ubuntu, an operating system, sure, Debian makes the core of it, but there's still so much work there. Canonical's got a lot of people on payroll, and they're not sitting around drinking margaritas at the beach. So, and they're not spending time. They're not spending money. There's no material expense in this manufacturing. What they're spending is far more valuable. They're spending time. They stopped making it. Now, you and Mark Shuttleworth both have 24 hours in every day, right? How do you spend your time? How do you invest that? Well, the team invests in making software, and that time has to include putting food in their mouths and a roof over their head and electricity to the computers, and that all adds up. So to cover all this stuff, there's how does software make its money? In the open source world, commonly we're looking at things like support packages or custom development. And then in the proprietary world, people buy software on a per-seat basis. Now, I guess this is the keeping it real slide, because I know I'm at a Linux Expo, and it's all about free software, and we love free software. And we know that while the free is the freedom of getting access to the source code, we know that as a practical matter, that usually means free as in free of charge, because since you're going to give the source code away, you're going to make exactly one sale to someone who will then share the source code according to the license terms and exercise his freedom. So per-seat sales don't really make a lot of sense with open source software. We see that with proprietary software. But if you're a fan of Ubuntu, you probably have enjoyed how many Steam games there are. What are we up to now? 1,500? More than that? There's a lot of games in Steam, and most of those are proprietary, and people happily pay for them. So there's a role for paid and proprietary software in an open source world. And in some ways, it's almost, bear with me, almost a little better than selling support and custom development. Because if you've done support for a living, if you sell software as a proprietary service and you provide support for that, you're incentivized to bring your support costs down. So if you make your money from support rather than the sale, you're not as incentivized to bring your support costs down. So there are some great software packages, and we've seen a lot of applications here at UbuCon, some wonderful things where there's a lot of people doing really high quality work, but the economics do not incentivize quality and completeness when the business revenue is driven by support and development. So I'm not saying I'm religious about proprietary or open source funding. I'm saying this is the mix of stuff, and we can see how this mix comes together when we go to the Linux Foundation page. At the heart of Ubuntu is the Linux kernel, and these are the people who help fund it. There's more than this. If you go to that page, there's a lot of names there. I scrolled it to this place because this is the section that has a lot of names that we recognize. Let's take a quick look, shall we? We got Google. We have Intel, IBM, Microsoft, Oracle. There's something those companies and many others around here have in common. They make a lot of their revenue from proprietary software. And that builds up a certain amount of money that they then use to cover payroll at Linux Foundation to get the infrastructure they need to keep the joint running. And so we have this world where, despite people's preferences, sometimes very strongly worded about free software and non-free software, the reality is this ecosystem is funded, at least in part, by non-free software. I like to think of it as symbiotic. If you have religious ideas about it, no judgment. Everyone's got their own view, but just as an economic reality for what it takes to make an operating system, the money's got to come from somewhere. When it comes to open source, as developers, and a lot of us here, how many of you have ever programmed anything? Yeah, because we're at SCaLE, and a lot of us do that. And those of you who don't, if you want to, you're at SCaLE, you can do that, so there will be opportunities to learn things. But here, we value source availability. That's probably the main reason we're at SCaLE, and we love that, and we love that the licenses give us that fundamental freedom and the freedom to then share our modifications with other people. Source code's very important. We see the bug, we fix it. End users, ask your grandmother next time she's sending you an email on Thunderbird. It's like, hey, Grandma, would you like the source code for Thunderbird? Is that going to help you send that email? Now, if your grandmother says yes, bring her to SCaLE next year. I want to meet her. We'll put her to work on some of the other projects around here. I'm sure she'd be a great contributor. But most grandmothers are not doing much contribution at the source level for Thunderbird. They don't care about source code. So the thing that brings us here to SCaLE is in many ways alien to the majority of the users we support in the desktop software world. They don't care about source code. They're never going to use it. They're not developers. So as we think about where value comes from and what the value of all this is, what's important for us is not necessarily important for other people. And where it boils down to in terms of what goes in the operating system and how the operating system gets applied, for developers, they build infrastructure. They build cloud systems. They build servers. They build that sort of thing. End users do the stuff that makes up the rest of life. They send their emails. They have their video collections. They videotape their daughter's birthday. They do everything else, and those things aren't directly monetizable. So it's very difficult to attach a value add to that. How do you do value add on somebody's daughter's birthday video? It's easy to do for a cloud system, but it's really hard to do for the little things that make up ordinary computing, especially when it's steeped in free software. So with Ubuntu, we've got all of these different mixes of things. The desktop, the server, and IoT is now a very big thing. And with the desktop end users, we have a very difficult time monetizing, but enterprise and manufacturers, large businesses, lots of people very dependent on a high quality OS. So if we're looking to fund this project and see it become a self-sustaining thing, that's going to benefit the desktop users. But in terms of where the money comes from to keep this desktop sustainable, it's a difficult proposition. If you were Mark Shuttleworth and you're looking at these three sectors of your business, obviously the bottom two are what's paying the bills, and the top one might be your passion. If we look at the years of Unity and the adventures they had with different form factors, we all know Mark is a gadget guy and Mark loves the desktop. But does the desktop pay the bills? Well, it's kind of what we may hope to find here. Can we, as desktop users, find a way to make that happen? And I think the key to it is this question. If we have an operating system, no matter how great it is, what are you going to do with it if you don't have apps? Well, I left this slide intentionally blank because I got nothing for you. I can't think of anything I want to do on an operating system that I have no applications for. You can make folders, you can rename them, you can move them around, and then after about 2 minutes of that, you're done. You're good. You can't take notes, there's no web browser, there's nothing. These are all applications, and those applications do not come from the OS team. They come from other places. And so this leads us then to think about, where do we as desktop users really get our value? And this is my t-shirt. Applications define the scope of what we do with our computing. And this is true on servers and tablets and everything else, but it's really all about the apps. The OSs are great, and this is not to diminish the wonderful work the Ubuntu team does, making a wonderful operating system. But that operating system is a foundation, like a concrete slab, and nobody lives on a concrete slab. They live on the building we build on top of it. The place where people live is in the applications. We need that foundation, we need that infrastructure, but really what makes the computing come alive for people and meaningful are applications. So where do they come from? If you're in the Ubuntu world, in fact, let me just ask you guys, have you ever wanted an application or know somebody who wanted an application they could not find for Ubuntu? Only 4 of us have had that experience, and everyone else has been like, oh yeah, no, all my friends, everything they did was in the App Store. It's all good in the Software Center. A lot of people I know find that there is that thing. There is that one thing that they're currently using on whatever they're using, and if they were to try to take up Ubuntu, it would be hard. So we can bring them here. We either make them or we port them. You can write them from scratch, or if you can find a package for another operating system and have that vendor bring it to Ubuntu, that can usually be much more cost effective if there's a sufficient incentive for the vendor to do that. One of the vice presidents at Canonical in, I think around 2009, took a survey of users, and he asked, what is the app you would like to see ported more than any other? Hands down, by a huge margin, was Photoshop. It's not only non-free software, it's also expensive software. But if you're a graphics professional and you're used to working with other people into those workflows and dependent upon those formats, it's what they need. And who are you going to call? You're going to call Adobe and say, Adobe, would you consider porting that over to Linux? But that may not seem like a crazy idea. And it's kind of a good question. And I wrote my little email off to Adobe and asked them that question. I have not heard back, but I have asked. When it comes to the basic stuff, we've got most of it covered, almost. There are the big things like the Adobe, the odd exceptions here and there. But most of the stuff, if you want a browser, the great ones are here. We've got Chrome, we've got Firefox. We've got a really wonderful Office suite. We've got all the basic things for audio, video editing, and even a great 3D package with Blender. So if you're in the Ubuntu world and the Linux world at large, most of the main stuff that people use a computer for is well covered. Your grandmother will be happy. But if you talk to a lot of your friends about, hey, have you thought about Ubuntu? There's the other 10,000 categories of software. There's, with all respect to the people who make the various accounting packages, if you do double entry bookkeeping for a business, or you have ever visited the Ubuntu forums where that question comes up every other week, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There is no truly great double entry bookkeeping system for Linux or Ubuntu. And if you know of one, I would love to be wrong on that, but I see that come up a lot. And that's just one category. Lots of inventory management, infrastructure management, loading dock management, things you can get for Windows that are industry specific. You can't find those types of verticals for Ubuntu. And so even if you have somebody who's looking at it just from a cost basis and the ease of use and all the other advantages that come with it, the longevity to the hardware they purchased, they still can't switch because the software they need isn't there. So this is all a bunch of Debbie Downer, I know. It's like we're going to come in here to change the world, and I'm telling you all the reasons why you can't change it. Well, maybe you can. Come up with a compelling case. But to illustrate what we're up against, I'll tell you a funny story about my personal life. And this is a microcosmic view of the problem we face bringing applications to Linux. And Mark knows this story already, but the rest of you will come along for the ride. I'm the community manager for an open source development tool called LiveCode. LiveCode lets us develop for Mac, Windows, iOS, Android, and Linux. So for me, if I need to deploy to Linux, it's pretty easy. And I can cover the rest of it as well, so I've got the cost justification. And because it has integrated graphical user controls and all the great things that a good high-level scripting would have for rapid development, it's ideal for those 10,000 application categories to custom build the things to lock up those little holes that make it difficult for people to move. And there are several thousand people using LiveCode. So as the community manager, I'm thinking, oh, this is awesome. Let's see what we can do to get the LiveCode people to consider porting some of their apps to Ubuntu, put them in the Ubuntu Software Center. Then this is really great for everybody, right? Well, you would think so. I make an offer for my own clients. It's like, if you hire me to make an app for Mac and Windows, I will give you a Linux version for free. I will give it to you. And you know how many people have taken me up on it? Because they got to support it. And they have to do the other things that go along with that. But when I talk with my other developer friends in the community, and I ask them, do you want to do this? Just to put it all in perspective, when we talk about talking to Adobe and saying, hey, can you port Photoshop? Here in my little LiveCode world, this is exactly what it takes to port to Linux. You click a checkbox. I kid you not. I kid you not. You click a checkbox, and Sam, yes, that's Linux 32 on the left. So it does 32 and 64 for your class. You got it both covered. If you're just doing 32, just one checkbox, boom, there's your executable. You've got a Linux build. That's what a Linux port is with LiveCode. So I talk to my colleagues and I go, what would it take to click a checkbox and have an entire third operating system in your deployment? And they say, it's a little more than the checkbox because I have to know that market. I have to be able to reach that market. I have to support that market. And I need to know a bit about that market. So these are some of the dynamics that come into play with making these choices. Imagine if you make software for Mac and you want to port something to Windows. Given the relative market shares, as they kind of are now, these are kind of global estimates. If you're working in Mac and you port to Windows, and you make your money, however you make your money with software, if it's related to audience size, you can only make a lot more money when you port to Windows. But with Linux having an estimated 3%, and the question mark is there on purpose because you all know nobody agrees on what those estimates are. Some say Linux has a 1.5% desktop market share. I think that number is unfair. I've seen numbers as high as 5 and 10%. I think those are fanboy numbers it's hard to justify. I personally feel comfortable with 3%. 3% desktop share isn't bad. It's, what do we have, 40 million people using Ubuntu on the desktop? Just Ubuntu alone. So we add up the other ones with that. That's a lot of Linux users on the desktop. But if you're making even just software for a Mac, for that audience, and you want to port to Linux, that's a smaller market. If you're using LiveCode, it's a checkbox. If you're using Objective-C or something else, it's a lot of work. And what do you get for that extra work? You'll spend as much effort porting to Windows, but at least you're getting a much larger market. And when we look at it from the developer standpoint about what these sizes mean and the nature of the OS, the characteristics of the OS is boiled down to this. Windows, for all the things you may or may not like about it, has a strong, almost slavish devotion to legacy APIs. There are applications written for XP that continue to run today. You will not find software that written that long ago that continues to run on an operating systems family as long as you will find on Windows. Often. There may be a few exceptions in the Linux world. There certainly aren't in the Mac world because they've changed all of their APIs about every 3 years when they change processor architectures and ask you to buy an entirely new machine. But at least, you know, there's a lot of change happening in the Mac world. But the advantage for a Mac developer is they don't have to address a wide variety of hardware, and they don't have a wide range of APIs to deal with. They only have the latest and freshest. So if you write with their tools to one set of APIs, it's not a hard task. So with Windows, you can write once and run forever because Microsoft has all these enterprise installations they have to keep supporting. With Mac, you got to stay current, but you're dealing with a pretty narrow range of things. Linux, please, you all know what you're up against with audio drivers and this thing and that thing and which window manager and how does any of this stuff fit with the parts and pieces and how do you check that this package is there, but what about this version dependency and all of that business. And Snaps will fix some of that. So what we saw with the Snap sessions this morning is useful, but it's not going to fix all that. And even if you're using a tool like LiveCode, that helps by minimizing a lot of dependencies which are pre-compiled into it. But I respect that not everyone's using LiveCode, and LiveCode can't fix all of the other side of it, like video support and audio support, which varies tremendously from not just distro to distro, but even in the Ubuntu world, from version to version, and from individual to individual. I happen to install the free software extras. Did you install the free software? Did you install? So we have different codecs. How do we know which codecs we have? How do we know what media we can play on which one? How do we check for any of that stuff when you might be using one player and I might be using another and who knows? Freedom. That's what we have in Linux world. We have freedom. But the individual freedom means the developer looks at that and says, wow, that's a lot of development expense. So this takes us now back to the core question. I've sort of introduced some of the economics of bringing apps to Ubuntu and presented an argument that says that applications are the thing that makes or breaks an operating system. It's the driver of the customer experience. So given all that, I still love Ubuntu. I use it all the time. I prefer it. The apps I need are there, and as a developer, if it's not there, I make it. So I'm good that way. But for you guys, you're using Ubuntu, you're here for a reason. There must be a reason for that. There must be a reason why you come back to UbuCon. And what can we do to take over the world? What can we do to show people maybe we can aim high and say maybe by this time next year we'll see a 6% share on the desktop for Linux. That should be possible. There should be 6% of humanity who can benefit from what Ubuntu is doing. What applications do we need? How do we bring them? If there's anything we need from the company, I'll offer you this. If we come up with golden gems of brainstormed ideas here, I'll be happy to pitch them to the company. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get some traction on some good ideas, if we get good ideas. So from this point on, I'm going to tuck away my slides and open my notepad. I'm taking notes. You guys tell me how we're going to fix all this. You game? He's like, yeah, I got this. Okay, good. This is good. So, we have a mic?
We do have a mic.
All right. Who's got ideas about... Am I off about applications? Are there other things that we need that would make Ubuntu more user-friendly? Is it helpful to standardize on certain pre-installed components? What do you hear from friends when you talk about, hey, have you considered Ubuntu?
Just a quick note, there are no dumb ideas, so don't ever consider your idea might be either dumb or senseless.
Oh yeah, everything, I just do dumb ideas for 15 minutes.
Everything is actually, every little piece is worth it in order to try and understand your perspective. Speaking from the Ubuntu side, it's definitely not easy to grab perspective from millions of users, especially when we don't track what we do. Part of the freedom is that we don't track what you're doing or how you're using the system. So every little piece that you can give us is actually really helpful. So.
Hello, Mr. Gaskin. I had an idea, and it's kind of stealing from what the Raspberry Pi Foundation is doing. They provide, for lack of a better phrase, teacher tech training, so to speak. And what teachers do is they apply for these spots. Raspberry Pi Foundation provides in-depth training on how they can implement their stuff in the classroom. I often had this vision that Canonical could do something along the same lines, and so it would be multi-tiered, and what it would entail is maybe Canonical, selecting some teachers at a variety of levels, elementary, middle, high school, and college levels, to come together and put together some materials, training materials, to get teachers the ability to teach technology in very focused ways, and then to provide the materials that they need in order to get that work done.
I like that, and EDU is obviously a powerful case on a lot of levels, and it's a powerful case for us who aren't in EDU, because if we have a generation of people who are taking advantage of getting good longevity with a solid OS that doesn't cost their district anything, that generation will enter the workforce accustomed to it. So more of the workforce then is normalized to it, and we can go to work and see Ubuntu on our desktop just like we do at home. So everyone wins with something like that, and we're all saving money. And now here's a question. I like the idea of teacher training, and I guess the core question for me would be, is that a function for the canonical, as you had suggested? Is that something that we as a community can do? Is that something a startup can address to focus on just that one thing?
Well, there's a couple ways you could do it. I would say it would be a multi-tier approach. Canonical obviously would provide the resources because the operating system is already there. Certain packages are already prepackaged and ready to go. I'd say that the community could kind of take the lead in this. But I would definitely say that Canonical's portion of it would be to get the word out. And what I would do to get the word out would be a series of videos called The Face, and I'm just making this up, The Face of Canonical. And it could be just interviews with people who are actually doing things in the classroom featuring the software and those solutions that Canonical has available. And so if you would imagine, let's say, for example, we have, a really handsome teacher, Richard something or another, and he's a math teacher. And, there would be an interviewer.
So wrong on both counts because I failed math.
Well, I'm not saying you, but some rich, some handsome devil, and he's a math teacher, and somebody like some guy named Nathan or something like another is interviewing this Richard guy, this random math teacher, and there's clips of Richard interacting with the students, teaching them how to code in Python, or teaching them some application that might be fun. And this would be just maybe a 3 to 5 minute, video. We put it up on YouTube just as a way to get people to say, hey, you know what, this Ubuntu thing is kind of cool. And the nice part about it is it doesn't take a lot of money. The community could sponsor it. You could actually have different elements in Canonical worldwide and just say your charge in this region is to produce 3 or 4 short videos. Okay? Talk to people who are actually using the software, people who are using the solutions. And then that way, it gives the software a face. It gives it a personality. It's like, hey, I can do that too. I seen that Richard guy. He seemed like a really handsome devil. I want to be like Richard. And if he can do it for his kids, then, maybe I can do it for my kids. So, but I'm not saying you. I'm just saying some handsome, guy, from Pasadena.
I'm just saying, like maybe an accomplished person like a Dr. Sam Coleman would be someone to aspire to. That would be a good thing to do. So now he's trouble, but he's good trouble. He's the type of trouble we need. Someone to stir things up a little bit. So what I'm hearing is something very community focused. Get some support from Canonical, but a community focus, which I like because it takes the actionability into our own hands. I like things that puts action into our own hands because we can do those.
And the thing is, Canonical would be on the hook for things like swag. Think of it this way. Canonical, what they would be on the hook for would be swag. Like, partner with the school. So let's say, for example, that Richard guy again, he does a unit of instruction. The kids are all excited. And then, at the big finish of the video, their computer science club at XYZ school in Pasadena, they're wearing Canonical shirts, and it's like, we're a Ubuntu school or something like that, some rah-rah feel-good kind of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, what would it cost Canonical? T-shirts, maybe Mark comes down, kisses a few babies, gives.
Now, the problem.
Well, no, I'm saying that would really be something, wouldn't it?
No,
But you get the idea, right?
It would be very great. I can tell you though, after having organized UbuCon for a lot, we were able to get Mark once, and we were able to get Mark because UbuCon happened to synchronize with an Asian trip he needed to make after visiting the East Coast, and a stop on the West Coast in between. So he was kind of already moving this way around the world at the time that UbuCon happened. So we realized, hey, it would actually make sense for him to be here and to participate in this. So he was here for a couple of days, and it was great to have him. But it's really hard for the guy running Canonical to fly all the way to Pasadena. So there's that.
So,
but
quick thing to complement on all these thoughts. Something that you have to have in mind is the fact that the community is the one building the operating system. Even though Canonical supports building the operating system, building the community from behind, Canonical is actually considered part of the Ubuntu community. What Canonical does within the community is support, let's say, the development of the desktop by bringing in developers who will actually work full-time on making sure that we have something to release at the end of the release cycle. Stuff like that. So Ubuntu is definitely not a Canonical product. Canonical has a different focus in terms of the product that's being delivered. Ubuntu is a community product.
I agree to disagree.
Awesome.
Canonical is a commercial arm of Ubuntu, so they go hand in hand. I work for Canonical, so I know. But to your point, I actually agree. I guess my question for you is, how do we put the two together? Because a lot of people, like even me sitting out there, they're like, oh, you work for Canonical. Who's Canonical? I'm like, it's Ubuntu, essentially. Yeah. So I think a lot of people don't put the two together, and I think that we should really work on putting the two together, if that makes sense. Because, I mean, even a lot of our marketing, we have canonical.com, which is purple, and then we have Ubuntu, which is orange. And so people are thinking it's a different founder, it's a totally different company, and it's not. It's the same thing. So I think we should work on making that more cohesive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that the branding is similar enough. The two sites are similar by design and distinct by design. Mark does have a very public stated commitment to saying Ubuntu will always be free. Free as in source and free as in we're not going to charge for that source. And he's very committed to that, and he's made good on that all the way across the board. And that makes for a great project for building a community around to partner to create the OS. But it makes for a very difficult business. And much of the work of making that OS is on payroll from Canonical. So while there is a very strong community contribution, and it cannot be underappreciated or cannot be overappreciated, it's a big thing. There's also a lot of payroll here. And the payroll comes from the company side of it. So I like to think of it as a true partnership, a real mix of interest there. And where we, as a community, move our ideas forward, that's limited only by our time and energy. If there's something we want Canonical to do, such as some of the aspects that you talked about, Sam, it's easy to do if we can show an upside that is doing more for them than what they're getting from IoT manufacturing and enterprise customers. So I happen to love the desktop, and it means a lot to me. But I have a hard time coming up with the ways in which it brings in a lot of revenue for the entities paying the payroll. But I may be just being a Debbie Downer. So he's going to fix it all. What do you got?
Well, I'm not a Canonical developer or a Ubuntu developer or even a capable user.
Yeah.
But if the goal is to expand the desktop user base, you could go a long way toward that by people being aware of it. When I talk about Ubuntu or Linux with the garden variety user, it's what's that? Mm-hmm. And I say, I use it all the time. When Windows doesn't work, I pop in a flash drive with Ubuntu on it, and it tells me if I've got a hardware problem or a software problem. And you can do other stuff with it too. Why don't you try that while you're trying to fix your Windows application? Yeah, if people don't know about it, they're not rejecting it, they're ignorant of it.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you, the application experience, the OS experience, is not bad. What's going to help most is for people to just know that it's there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do we make that happen? She's got it.
Mark Shuttleworth was in the group photo from 2 years ago. Maybe.
Well, like I said, and we have invited him every year since, but it turns out that the intersection of his business needs and the scheduling of this UbuCon have not always intersected so favorably. But it was great to have him, and we look forward to having him again next time he's in the hood. But there's more we can do. Because, I mean, like Nathan is bigger than Mark. I mean, no disrespect to Mark, but Nathan actually has published a book. What has Mark ever done? So, now Nathan's hiding away now because he's too famous. He has to hide out among the booths. But you know how it is when he's in this room, people clamoring to get into this convention center, it riots, it's you know. So maybe we get Nathan on television.
So,
that would solve it.
Quick thing to close the previous point that you were talking about.
Well, it's got a bit sprawling. Which point?
The teacher in educational training.
Okay.
Around the 2010-2012, there was an Ubuntu education project that started off the community, and the
Ubuntu.
No. An Ubuntu education project. It's completely different. And the idea was to generate documents that would that we could pass on to teachers for actual training to their students. So basically a PDF document, a PDF file that would explain how something works, preferably printable. Because the hardest part was outreach to places where internet or computers were not easily accessible. The base foundation of Ubuntu is getting software accessible for everyone. And we also have to consider that even though the United States is a big country, it's not the world. And even though there are several countries, or several states over here that might have computers for everyone, might have internet access in their schools, there are schools on the other side of the world that don't have internet access, that might have 1 or 2 computers for a group of students. How do we overcome those challenges? And I think that was the biggest part of why this project didn't eventually continue growing. We hit a lot of challenges and engagement wasn't very high. There's definitely that background if you want to check into it. But just to close off, that was a project that we can look into. That was there.
That is a very important test case. What years did it run?
I joined in 2012, but
Okay.
By then it was already dying.
So 2010, did you say?
I would assume 2010, yes. 2010 to 2012,
Okay.
early 2012. And then
That's interesting. And translation, you say, was maybe a key weakness in the
it's also another thing. Even though Ubuntu is translated in several languages, the fact that we only have documents in one specific language can also difficult the transmission of information. The language barrier is one huge thing that we have to consider when dealing with worldwide communities.
No, that is a key thing. And
language and cultural.
And we do know when we look at a company like Dell or Acer, you can buy laptops with Ubuntu pre-installed from Dell and Acer, but not at Best Buy, not in this country. But if you're in Italy or India or Malaysia, you can walk into a computer store and they have Dell with, Windows, and then they got a couple of Dells over here with Ubuntu on them. You can do that in other places. Other markets are very receptive to this in a way that here in the States, the brand dominance of Microsoft makes that difficult. Erica had a thought on this as well. Did you not? Okay. No, that's all right.
Okay. Maybe we should look at where Linux has been successful.
Okay.
The Chromebook. What did Google do to promote the Chromebook, the Chrome OS based on Linux?
Now that's a very good question.
Look for the successes. The other place Linux has been successful is in the movie industry. How did it become successful? Look to those successes. Maybe we can get some leads.
Yeah, Chrome is an interesting case, and the Chrome is technically a Linux, right?
Yeah. So what
what did they do right that Ubuntu isn't doing right in terms of?
I mean, that's the closest we can say Linux is on the desktop.
It's a good comparison. So if we got rid of multiple windowing.
And the other thing, a little side comment, walking through the show, I was amazed to see that OLPC is still around, the little Mattel box.
Mm-hmm. There's a place for that little project, and Internet in a Box is still going strong too. And in fact, I think the two projects are working together.
I show Ubuntu. To further it, I do something very, very simple. My friends see me boot it up and shut it down, and they're amazed at how fast it does it. I've had several people go, "What are you running?" And I go, "Well, it's Ubuntu Linux. I've heard of Linux. What's this Ubuntu?" You know. There you have it.
Yeah, no, so there seems to be one common theme emerging here, and that is a sense of brand awareness. So I can help by doing my part. Next time we have UbuCon, get more T-shirts. So next time we're on the subways and we're out, people see the logo, they at least have brand awareness. Every little bit helps. But that's not going to do it by itself. Some people have said, should we consider like ads? Whether the canonical does that or like everybody in the community does it as a community. Well, I don't know what that means. Ads are expensive, but getting the word out is important. Without that brand awareness, it doesn't become normalized. It doesn't become an acceptable alternative, and people don't even know what it is, so they can't choose it. That does seem to be one thing that we're seeing throughout a lot of this is, aside from the multilingual need for the educational project, we're looking at a lot of awareness themes emerging here. When this gentleman was talking about Chrome OS, I think there is an interesting question with that. What is it about Chrome? It's not technically a Linux flavor, a Linux distro, but it does have the Linux kernel. It is, in a strict sense, a Linux. They just took it off in a whole different direction.
Based on Chromium.
Yeah.
Which I just found out that the majority of developers are.
Here you go. It's on that site. Thank you.
Okay. Chrome is based on Chromium, and what I just was reading, the majority of the Chromium developers are from Google. Microsoft wants to change that, of course.
Yeah? Interesting. Interesting. So, and actually I'm missing an H there. But do you use Chrome? And that's one of the funny things about it, because Android is obviously the world's most popular operating system. I use it, but I can't replace what I really do with computing with that. I use it to read things. I use it to check some emails. I don't like writing on a little phone with my thumb. I taught myself to type for good reason, so I can have all 10 input devices running at once and multitasking. Typing things with the thumb is not a great input device. And, from what most people do on a phone, it's okay. Chrome is like a big version of that because it's got the bigger screen and it is on a Chromebook, which usually has a keyboard. At least you've got full input with it. So you would think, gosh, that's as good as a Linux experience, isn't it? Isn't it? Would you give up your Linux laptop for a Chromebook? He's like, no, man.
I would question how successful the Chrome OS has been in the marketplace. There have been a couple of different versions of it, and they're incompatible in the same ways that Android, different versions of Android are incompatible with each other.
Isn't it all upwardly compatible?
Not necessarily, no.
Huh. Now that is a good question. We hear about them in especially educational markets. Do you have a Chromebook thing in your school?
We have a huge deployment of Chromebooks, and the reason that schools like Chromebooks is really two reasons. They're relatively cheap to buy. Okay, that's the first thing. But the bigger issue is that they can get access to G Suite. And so it's a whole suite of applications that they can tap into. And so like in our school district, every kid actually has their own Gmail account. And so within their Gmail account, they can access applications and such. So let's say, for example, that you're a science teacher and you want to assign homework to your kids. You can basically drop those assignments right into their individual accounts, and then they have like a one-source login. Once they get in, and then they can go ahead and do assignments. They can submit. They can do a variety of different things. So, I mean, there is some upside, but some teachers feel like they've sold their souls to Google. And,
or if not Google, choose to the art of modern data science. Let's, try to be brand general about that, because everyone's doing it. It is, to be trackable or not trackable is a key question in the 21st century. So that's really kind of a good question. Canonical gives away the desktop. They have a firm commitment to that, and it's not providing a lot of upside for them. Chrome makes Chrome OS. Google makes Chrome OS. And they're able to justify that expense because they're able to use the data tracking for highly targeted advertising in a variety of contexts. So here's the question, and I'm going to guess what you all answer to. Thank you. Should Ubuntu take on data tracking as a priority in order to make ends meet? I'm not seeing a lot of enthusiasm for that.
Well, I mean, Google and Ubuntu supposedly have made this unspoken promise to do no evil. So, and the thing here's, and I guess this is where it becomes problematic, is that everything costs something. So if you're not paying out of pocket, then obviously, you are paying in a different way, whether it's via advertising or potential income in the future, or the fact that, we're going to go ahead and invest. And basically, what it amounts to is there's a loss leader, but on the back end, these kids are going to be Google customers for life.
For them, and this is like.
And there's nothing wrong with that as long as everybody's upfront about what it is.
But then there's the kids in this room, right? All of us kids here are here because we have a free operating system, we have all those things, and we don't have an ad-supported network behind it, which kind of feels good, which is why I'm here. But can we pay the bills with that? I like it. I'd like to keep it that way. What do you got?
Oh, one more success. Myself, I run Ubuntu LTS 16.4, I believe, on my laptop. I also run it on a Linode cloud instance, and I've run 3 websites there. And I do the development or any changes or any major, anything that I do, I first build it on my laptop and I move it to the instance running on the Linode instance, and it's seamless. It makes once you sort of get the two synchronized, I can. One of the reasons why I'm sort of -1 on the LTS is because it's working so well, I don't want to fix it. But it's been successful for 2 years.
Sam?
There's
your first interview right there. He's got the winning story, the boot time, the integration, and those are key things that
Oh yeah. And the websites, I have a dual boot. I boot up Windows 10 and check it out and see what it looks like. Looks good. It looks good under Firefox. It looks good under Chromium. All running under Ubuntu. It's done me well.
When I hear you talk, and I hear this theme emerging of spreading the story, and then I hear your story, and I'm thinking, I want to spread that story. And I know you make video, so I'm thinking, you video him, you give me that video, and we'll all spread that video. And then it got me, just as you were talking, I had this vision. We've seen a lot of cases where nefarious bot farms can take a trivial idea and dominate Twitter for an hour and a half with it by just spreading it to their little bot farms. What if we, as actual human beings, decided that we're going to share each other's Ubuntu media and take the ideas from the Spread Ubuntu project from about a decade ago. Anyone remember that? Some guy had this website where he was creating promotional materials for Ubuntu as a community project to encourage all of us to be able to use banners and identifying stuff to tell the story of the benefits of Ubuntu for daily computing, business, etc. But what's happened in the 10 years since that project started is social media and the amplifying effect of that. So what would happen if we were a bot farm that wasn't a bot farm? If we're just like enthusiastic friends who make a point of sharing and amplifying positive messages about the OS we love. Could we tilt, to use a metaphor, could we tilt an OS election with this type of social media amplification using modern tools to take good messaging and good stories? One thing I'll do now, you guys have inspired me, I have a homework assignment. Okay, Richard's homework assignment. And I'm happy to take on other assignments if you think of any. But I'm going to go look at the Spread Ubuntu site. And that project was kind of a big thing when I was getting started with Ubuntu. I found his enthusiasm and a lot of the materials he crafted to be really kind of, they were inspiring for me. I got fired up from that. But, you know, Ubuntu has, it's more than an OS for the reasons you mentioned. It's giving us the benefits that people like about Chrome without the tracking and the ad stuff. And that's kind of neat. What can we do with that, you know? Not to mention the boot time and the other integration benefits. So Richard will check that out. And I wonder if there's a way in which we could consider in the Ubuntu community a sort of evangelism department, an evangelism track. Has there been in the community an official spread the word sort of part of what the community does, Jose? Yeah. Well, you've been in the community for a very long time. You would know those things.
So in terms of advocacy, we don't have an official advocacy team per se. I believe that I might speak for the greater part of the community on saying that most of the people who are actively participating within the community do some kind of advocacy work, even though some might be a little bit more focused on that than others. We don't have a specific events program or something like that, especially because we do not have a what we have is the community donations fund in terms of sponsorship and those kind of things. And most people who work there are volunteers who, if they go to an event, it's because they're willing to dedicate their own time to do that. Having an advocacy team is direct part of the community would be something interesting, but it would also be something a bit hard to put together, considering that the entire globe is our territory, you could say. I'm not sure if territory is the correct word, but we're spread across the entire globe, and getting to every single corner is not always easy.
You travel a lot. I think you got this.
I know.
There's not we have Rubucons all over the world, in Europe, most of them.
Yes, but
You're like Santa Claus. You show up at every Ubuntu hour.
But believe me, it's not as easy as it seems. If I did that a couple of years ago, it was mostly because I didn't have a job by then. I was only a student, and I had enough free time that I could dedicate some of that time to traveling around and going to conferences just to speak for a couple of days. Also, you have to bear in mind that people also have real lives outside the community. They have jobs and they have families, and circumstances change all the time. Myself, for example, now I have a stable job, which means I do not dedicate as much time as I did before to the community, and that's expected because real life is always coming first, as we said in the community. It's not, even though Ubuntu is a big part of my life, it's not something I dedicate the 100% of my time to.
But I wonder, though, in a certain sense, evangelizing the OS has one very strong thing in common with making the OS. No single person can make an operating system. There aren't enough hours in the day. In the same way that not even one person can go to just Ubuntu hours. Thanks. So what if we could have a coordinating body to find the best messaging and messages, and distribute them and help encourage local communities to then translate and evangelize?
Yes, I was going to say that. In general, I think the idea of making one statement that can go towards the public, one unified statement can help. I think the fact that we have the local councils and that we have local teams already established can really help to help distribute either news or materials about what's being talked about. But I think that's just the first step. In order for this to be or that idea to be successful, there needs to be a thought of process in terms of how to distribute those ideas, how regularly we need to put those ideas out, when those ideas are going to be distributed, in which occasions, in which events, if in events, and so on. There's a lot of things in the middle. And I think this is a good starting point. So definitely touch base on me with that, with me on that, and we can figure things out.
I like where this has started, and I appreciate all of your input here. And those of you who haven't spoken, just like the knowing nod from you and some of the others over here, very encouraging. It makes us think that maybe this wasn't the stupidest experiment in the world. Maybe there's actually a reason for this, and maybe we can have a goal as audacious as raising Ubuntu's market share from 3 to 6%. But maybe we can. That would be awesome. We'll follow through on this stuff. We do have a question, comment? Yep.
Under the where has Linux been successful, the gentleman who raised that originally said in addition to C Chrome OS, also the film industry. You might want to amend your text accordingly.
Thank you. No, that is a good detail. And tell me about this film industry briefly. I know we have to clear, but they won't be coming into the room for a minute, and if you guys need to leave, you can, but we'll hang out for just a minute.
So from previous SCaLE/Ubicon events, we've had presenters that talked how Linux has been successful in the film industry, some of the applications, how it has saved them time, and time is money when creating a movie. Pixar? Yeah.
Are we?
Who had some program going where he was introducing people to, in the industry, to
that was
Ubuntu-based software.
That was JT, who was here last year.
You know him.
Our opening talk. Yeah, no, he's been doing some great work in Hollywood.
So he'd be a good person.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent thing. So we'll put that on the to-do list then. And JT has that evangelical spirit too. He does a lot of consulting with a lot of production companies, and he has a lot of passion for open source for all the reasons that all of us who are developers do. And when he shows them that they can fix bugs and optimize for hardware and so forth once they have access to code, suddenly the major studios are like, great, let's hire some software engineers and build out that part of what we're doing, because the production costs are not trivial. You're making a movie and you're saving several hours with all those people. That's a high burn rate. So this is a nice starting point for things. I believe that my bio in the schedule shows where to contact me. But there's some homework I have to do, and I'll be following up with some of these things, and anybody who wants to participate in this, let's continue the conversation. And then let's say that I'll give you a status report at the next UbuCon. But that's a whole year away. There's a lot that can happen in there, and there's a lot that I can't do, and any one of us can't do, but there's a lot that all of us can do together. So if you've got some time on your hands and some ideas or just some enthusiasm, or if you like the idea of exploring the amplifying effects of social media, let's find out what works. Let's make it happen. So thank you guys for attending. This has been what I hoped it would be. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, you've been here a few times.
like